Good morning. I had breakfast. I had breakfast. Now we start the day out early. We start the day out early. A little Clinique. See all that dirt? That's from the yard work yesterday, getting all up in my face. Dirt. Okay. Dirt. We're starting off to an early day today. Squalene. shit. Put it on before I shaved. Shit. Nice and smooth. Squalene. Okay, silk pants. Wait, this is the robe? I got my phone, my cigs. Let's put on these silk pants. A little bit big. Yeah, squinch them really down. Silk pants. Silk shirt. It's a Sunday. This is how I roll on Sunday. YouTube wants me to let you know that some of my views might contradict the narrative, the consensus narrative on the COVID-19 medical opinions. Okay. There's that. And it's a little cold. A little bit of this. So I smell like heaven on earth. A little baby powder for the feet. Just so I'm nice and Tatiana. Okay. So fresh and so clean. Okay. Now a little bit of the Russian serum. Come on, baby. I got number 2. This is the Merle Norman. Under the eyes. Under the eyes. Okay. A little bit of Hugh Hefner. Just a little bit for the camera. All right, now we put on the robe, Charlie Sheen style. Put my Charlie Sheen robe on. Okay, now we put the phone, the cigarettes, the cell phone. Okay, cinch it up. For some reason my girl's got this only tie. No? She doesn't have it? Where's all the fucking belts? This is bullshit. Where's the belts? They all get lost? Alright, looks like I'm freeballing it into a whole new world order. Oh my god, I'm so ready for the new world order today. Mountain jacket over the fur. Take some Advil. 2 should be fine. A little thing for the stomach. What is this? Juice, moisturizer, L'Oreal. Get the neck and the ears, behind the ears, neck, ears, under, and that's your final blast of everything, the collagen. I mean, there is anti-aging with the baby blood in it. It's just a little anti-aging. Who wants to get old? Anybody? I don't want to get old. Okay. Now, what do I have in my mouth? Oh, Advil. Okay, so we're going to take some blood pressure so I don't stroke out. A little thing for the stomach so I don't get an ulcer. And a little bit of the Prilosec, the finasteride, so I don't lose my hair. Okay. Since we're on camera, let's clean out the nose hairs. Clean it off. Try it. Good. Alright, so I smell good. I got the aging on. Washed my teeth. I washed them. I washed my teeth. Okay, ready for the day to get gnarly? Here, I got my stapler right here. Stapler, a little Febreze. Never hurt anybody. Alright, you come with me now. Alright. Alright, so I got this. I got this. Make your bed like the military says. Make your bed, Jimmy. You make your bed in the morning. Alright, bed's made. Alright, put up the Roku. Get all the shikadanza. Bed's made. Okay. Grab a lighter. Spray a little bit of the mango. Okay, grab your day pack. Everything's in there. All right. Day pack. Put the power cord in the day pack. Brenda, you're gonna stop having to fucking text me all throughout the night. I mean, what's up with that? Girls have a sixth sense. You know that? I do too, but in general, men, get this fucking on, you fucking, women have a sixth sense. It's very apparent. Put the stapler in your pocket. All right, you're gonna want to turn off the, and then for the lips, something shiny, not too girly. Chap lips, no. Okay, the stars, it's gonna be getting bright. So let's turn the stars off. Okay, stars off. Okay, light gone. Everything's with us. All right, let's go. Let's stream. Good morning, world. See what a beautiful day it is. Turn off the that sprinkler's going. I cleaned up the yard yesterday. The yard's nice and cleaned up from leaves and shit. Anybody want any lady shoes? I got a bunch of lady shoes. Okay. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Maybe crack open some Tatiana here. I got the power dishwasher going. Okay. Now let's get some coffee in us. I have a feeling today's going to be just gnarly. We're going to go over all the stuff that happened over in Toronto last night. We're going to have the espresso with the beans. The beans are going to be fresh. You better believe it. that what you want? Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Give me a lot of that. Give me a lot of that. Mash it on down. The machinations. Okay. Put this back in the grinder. Put the top back on. Okay. Put this up here. Get some water. Oh shit, I left the water on. I was trying to clean this, but oh my god, it's clean. Yeah, I put soap in it. Alright, so now we're going to let this sit right there. Everything's clean. You wouldn't believe it. I'm on a roll. I'm doing shit like Superman. This is what happens when you get shit in order in your life. Shit starts to pop. Shit starts to pop, you know what I mean? I already had breakfast. Add a little cool water. Turn it on. Go like that. Make some room. Go like that. The cold water we'll put over there. Oh, I went neck deep into some ice cream last night, or sherbet, I mean. I went neck deep into some black raspberry sherbet. Finished off the whole fucking thing. Like a fat boy. Are you a fat boy? So I gotta run 26 miles today to get rid of that sherbet. We'll do it. Okay, some of this water. Okay, this is ginger ale. It's flat. Hold on. Alright, the machinations. Where's my shit? Dude, you guys, everyone's going to be on the ground in a matter of seconds. Where is my coffee creamer? You know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. That's what I have to say to you. Fuck you. Fuck you. No coffee creamer? I could yell at somebody, but I won't. We'll just do milk. We'll just do milk. Like that. And sugar. Sugar. Set this up. Turn on the studio lights. Ooh, it's foggy. Look how foggy it is. Wait, I didn't even see that. Wait, what's going on here? Is this fog? Alright, put a little fur on because it's cold. Alright, get it all out right here. Okay, get the pretzels and this out of here. Get this out of here. Okay, get that out of there. Milk back in. Coffee's coming. We're gonna foam it up. Okay, let the coffee percolate and put this in the microwave for 20 seconds to get it hot. As soon as that's done, the coffee will be done. We're done. We're good. Coffee in. Turn off. Okay. Lighter. Water. Coffee. Throw this cigarette out. Okay. Alright, we got our weed. We got our silk. We got our furs. Throw this away. Alright, the fur's a little much. Alright, empty out this. We got staplers. We got phones. We got landlines. Office phones. We got that phone. You know that phone. We got cigarettes. Alright, so you guys can get a hold of me. Only get a hold of me if you have news. I don't want to hear about your paint. I got things for notes. I got pens for notes. Note taking. Okay, booyah. I got lasers in case anybody wants to fuck with me. Pepper spray. And a myriad of weapons in case, you know, shit gets hairy. You never know when shit's gonna get hairy. Alright, let's start it off with a mellow bong hit. Mellow bong hit. Wake and bake. Immediately hit the coffee. Ooh, it tastes like European. All right. Set up the power source. What's going on, Hayes? Power source set. The birds are charming. They're charming. Living a charming life, these birds. We're going to get into all the brass. Okay. Let's have a cigarette with the coffee. My girl's bringing me back a couple packs of Newports because she's like that. All right. Are you guys ready for this or what? What's going on? YouTube requires me that I indicate to you that some of my opinions in this video might contradict the consensus medical opinion about COVID-19. Okay. We here? 5 on 5? Hell yeah. Booyah. We got people like, what the fuck? Yeah, 12 people already. All right, it's good to hear it. I love it. All right, the COVID opinion. Here it is. Pop it out. Renfield this motherfucker in here. Put it there. Tatiana. Bam. Control. Sauce. 33 by 11. There's the tot. Let's scoot this over so you see some of the daylight. Susan's here. Hold on. Okay, I want some of that light. Consensus medical opinion. Bring it over here. Okay. Let's have a little bit of Clark W. Griswold. You guys got your coffee yet? Get your fucking coffee. Simmer down. Coco Giselle is here. We're ready to rock. Set up computer number 1, computer 2, phone lines, cigarettes, weed, lighters. This lighter is bunk. Setting up lighters. All right, what the hell's going on? Pens for taking notes, lasers for fucking interference of some sort. We got radio frequency monitoring right here in case there's any 5G blasts. All right. And a partridge in a pear tree. Coco Giselle, Wendy. Peekaboo is here. Fucking CBB oil is here. Susan Lucci is here. Nuckfugget's here. Lucci's here. Somebody prefers this, that, or the third. I miss Munder and his Munderisms. Okay. Are you all ready for this? Nicholas Pitts is here. We never left, Nicholas Pitts said. Holy hell. We're off to a good start. I got my smartwatch on. All right. And then I got my bracelets. And then I got a ring. I'm trying to do the Gene Simmons. Let's see if the Gene Simmons works out. Worked out for Gene Simmons. Why couldn't it work out for me? And my partner. Okay, now we're going to news. Up, Abu Dhabi. Route it. It's already Abu Dhabi'd. Go here. Oh. Central wants to know, what am I doing up so early? Central, it's none of your business. Judge report. I come back with fire in my eyes. All right, Joe Rogan, we still hasn't moved past this. All right, we're going to another article. Gateway Pundit. Gateway Pundit me, baby. We'd like to know if you're not a robot because you're using a virtual private network. Listen here, pal. Give me the Gateway Pundit. Gateway Pundit, where hope finally makes a comeback. Brenda, stop it. We failed. Danish newspaper admits failure and apologizes for not questioning the government's COVID-19 narrative. We have a video. You guys want to start out with this? I'm going to give you the audio. I'm not going to hold up the phone. I feel a little bit too good for that right now. And you guys didn't give me links yesterday. I'm a little pissed off. Brenda, stop. I said stop. At this point, you're going to need to drop and roll. Drop and roll. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2. You're on. Susan Lucci, let's go. Error in the network. Okay, I could deal with it. We know how to deal with that. Go back down to the shit. Go to the dirty bird. We don't need any interruptions. We're going to take the interruptions at stride today. I'll show you how it's done. Interruptions at stride. Here we go. Play. 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 Error has occurred. Okay, where did you get this? Fuck it. We're off to see the wizard. Fox News host compared blah-dee toddy toddy. Let's get the images of video. Any video? I want videos in the morning. Give me videos. You gotta wait for 5 hours for it to load. Doesn't look like it. Fox and Friends. Fuck it. Burner phones, clandestine meetings, black ops, difficult secrets. Malone calls out how Dr. Fauci and other health experts covered up the crucial COVID-19 Chinese coronavirus information in the beginning of the pandemic. Some of these views, YouTube wants to indicate that some of my views will contradict the consensus medical opinion, and YouTube wants you to know that you might be watching something that contradicts the consensus medical opinion. All right, Dr. Fauci. There's a video. Here we go. Let it load. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that, CBB. But if you guys ever throw me a YouTube link again, I'm going to kick you off my platform. No hard feelings. I just have to say something harsh so it gets it through your freaking head. Okay? I want to see Alec Baldwin. Go and tiny shorten URL that and then give me back the same thing. I want to see what you're doing, but I'm not going to do it. Okay? Yeah, I'm doing things. I got shit over here. All right? So you're gonna small link that and then put it back in there, CBB. Okay? You're going to do it. Is what you're gonna do. You're going to do it. While we're waiting for CBB to shorten the link, and don't ask me how to shorten links. Don't do any of that. You better figure it out. I showed you 37 times. Video. Where? Shh. Right here.
He says in that it was covered recently by Epoch Times again. Well, not any other media. But Epoch Times, in the book, published by this equivalent to Tony Fauci, that Tony and Francis Collins and Jeremy Farrar all got burner phones and were busy talking to each other about something right after this, totally obsessed about this, more than about how to manage their response. They appear to have been obsessing using burner phones to cover their tracks so it couldn't be traced, about how they were going to cover their tracks, right?
And pause. Wendy, talking shit, put her in timeout for a little bit. Oh, until everything went to crap. You're going to be put in a timeout, Wendy. Peekaboo. Wendy's in a timeout. Keep going.
And Anthony Fauci's emails, which were revealed, it showed that someone told him very early on, they said this is not a regular sequence that we see. This has obviously been manufactured, and yet what he was saying to everybody else was, oh, this is just what happened.
And they were actively managing the scientific press.
Right. So that says to me that this is an inside job, because if I cannot think of it as a different way because of the reaction and the cover-up mechanisms that were used.
And then there is apparently contracts that were issued in 2019 for the development of the vaccines.
Which makes no sense. And then it goes back to the World Economic Forum, 2019, doing the Event 201 and sitting down in a room with corporates and government, the heads of the world, and saying, this is inevitable was the word they used.
Inevitable. That little branch, he says in that, it was covered recently by Epic Times.
Okay, we got the video. Alrighty, what's up with the truckers? Okay, back. All right, Mike Pence and NBC take liberty with President Trump's remarks, omitting key points. This is why no one listens to them anymore. The Democrat Party steal the 2022 election was built around Obama's corrupt AG nationwide redistricting efforts, knowing Republicans would fold. Democracy are quietly building a gun registry as first step in gun ban. Democrats are. Canadian government proudly admits to requesting GoFundMe to withhold trucker convoy donations. Begs other crowdfunding sites to follow suit. Rhino Lindsey Graham. You know, he's smoking up the Chinese crackberries by the gram. Lindsey Graham. Pushing legislation to allow private companies to read all your phone texts, your emails, your DMs, your direct messages, everything on your phone. So Lindsey Graham wants private companies, not the NSA, private companies that you don't know the name of, maybe it's BlackRock, maybe it's not, to read all your shit. I got it. DC school makes mass kindergarten students march with BLM signs while chanting Black Lives Matter. We have the video. We're going to it right now. Shut your mouth, eh? Be nice, James. We have to let it load. Here it is. I'll show you the video. I'll show you it. What do you think of that? Let me see here. It's a YouTube link again. Tiny URL. This guy knows what he's doing. He tiny URL'd it. Yeah, he did. Right here. See how he did that? See? When I ask for things, I get them. All right, we're going to your tiny URL, biatch. Yep, clean. Go. We're going on a fast pace today. We're getting through it all.
There are two types of lizard or reptilian kind of beings. When they appear on Earth, they try to do it.
Skip.
The best way, the only way we can honor the death of Helena Hutchins is to find out the truth. Any suggestion that we're not complying, myself and any lawyers I'm working with or what have you, is a lie. I have no worries about that. I have no worries about that. That's all going to work itself out, regardless of what they say in these right-wing rag sheets and people who are all about hate. But setting aside all the hate, setting aside all the January 6th of it all, here it is.
What sort
What?
of...
Why did he hold up a packet of Splenda? What? So he held up a packet of Splenda in which he had drawn a smiley face.
Splenda.
And I guess, oh, okay. Well, I guess he's innocent.
What?
Now, but first, new concerns for parents whose kids are being forced to wear masks in schools. From Washington State to California, students are fed up and are staging walkouts in protest. And
All right, students are fucking handling. The students are handling. What is Alec Baldwin
The
doing?
best way, the only way we can honor the death of Helena Hutchins is to find out the truth. Any suggestion?
All right, if you want to follow this with me, CBB left a shortened link right there. It is tiny URL. It's by CBB. I'm going to copy it. It says Alec. Copy. Here it is again if you want to see it and what he holds up. He holds up some sort of black ops.
That we're not complying, myself and any lawyers I'm working with or what have you, is a lie. I have no worries about that. I have no worries about that. That's all going to work itself out, regardless of what they say in these right-wing rag sheets and people who are all about hate. But setting aside all the hate, setting aside all the January 6th of it all, here it is.
What? Why did he...
What?
It is.
Get a picture of that. Fang, get a picture. I want to show you. Okay. Lower the fucking shit. Go to this. I'll show you it now. Watch. Simmer down. Go right here. Make this littler. Capture. Okay. Go back to the OBS. Go right here. Throw an image in. This is fucking what's his name? His name is my name is Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin. Browse. Browse it, baby. Browse it. Browse it, baby. Got it. Fang. Load that motherfucker up. Load that motherfucker up. So that's what he throws up right there. Okay. And we're done. See you guys tomorrow. James, why do we have to shorten links? Because you have to, Gucci. Because you can't, it doesn't allow me to go to YouTube, okay? So just do what I say. Is the Baldwin that is evading being arrested? Good question. George Floyd was an angel too. Good for this earth. They are saying give truckers GoFundMe to BLM. Teaching our kids to be mind drilled. That is so sweet, little chocolate chance. That would be the last day my school attended class in that school. What the fuck are they doing? Oh my gosh, it's a really good stream, I could tell. We're off to a good start. I want fucking links. And I want them tiny. Was that nice enough? Please? I would like links and I want them tiny, please. Please. And a lot of them. Lucci, you asked me for 3 days in a row how do you shorten them. I told you the website. You just put it there. You shorten them. There's nothing easier. I don't know if you're a CIA agent. Trying to waste my time. But either way, you're doing a good job. You're doing a really bang-up job.
Now, but first, new concerns for parents whose kids are being forced to wear masks in schools. From Washington State to California, students are fed up and are staging walkouts in protest. And in Virginia, students in several districts will have to continue wearing masks after a judge temporarily blocked Governor Youngkin's executive order to make schools mask optional. Now, the governor's press secretary slamming the ruling, tweeting in part, "This is not a pro-mask or anti-mask debate. It's about parents knowing what's best for their child's health." And backlash growing over a California substitute teacher who berated a student for wearing a thin blue line mask to honor his father, who is a police officer. Here's what happened in that classroom.
It's the new Confederacy flag.
No, it's not.
That's what you're doing. Well, we can't do the Confederate, but we can put up red, white, and blue. No, it's black, white, with some blue line in it.
Yeah, big blue line.
Yeah, but it's not American.
It's like, what is going on there? Let me go right to you, actually, on this, Alicia. This is a very good example of the madness that we very rarely see in classrooms, but now everybody, thank goodness, has their phone and their camera. What's your take on this?
Yeah, thank God that the kids had their phone, right, and were able to record on this. Otherwise, it would just be their word against this substitute teacher. I find it infuriating. And I should note that the substitute teacher there, according to the mom of that kid who was wearing that mask, the principal said that he's no longer going to be working at that school, but which brings to mind the question, will he be working at other schools? It's really sad and really icky timing, because you think about the members of law enforcement who were laid to rest this past week. You have this son of a law enforcement member who is trying to honor his father, only to be berated and embarrassed by his substitute teacher.
You know, in front of everyone, that teacher seemed to not even know what he was talking about, but that's also nothing new. I want you guys to hear, this is from the student who was berated by that teacher and his mom on what unfolded in the classroom.
I was sitting down doing my work, and he sat in the desk behind me. He told me it was not a real American flag. He kept saying that it's un-American.
Everybody is just extremely shocked and obviously angry and pretty heartbroken that this is even an issue, that he had to deal with this, but at the same time, proud that he reacted the way that he did, and he stood up for what he's so passionate about and what he believes in.
That is excellent. You know, Sean, we talk about parents getting radicalized. It looks like students are getting radicalized. I love that they both were comfortable in front of a camera, that this kid was proud. We want to get you a few more details about what's happening on the left coast as well, with students stepping out on this. Is this good news? I think it is across the country.
Well, it is good news, because first we have parents who are actually teaching their kids to stand up and fight for freedom, which, by the way, it's interesting that we're actually having a lot of Americans ask their government to give them their freedom back. God actually gave us our freedom. God made us free. We shouldn't ask our government to give it to us, number one. But what I think is interesting is, you have this scenario where you have this, leftist teacher who's actually an idiot. By the way, I don't know how he graduated from a teacher's college. But these are leftists, and we used to think back in the 70s and 80s and 90s when some of us went to high school. These are not the same teachers. These have been radicalized teachers in the teachers' colleges, and they've now come into the classroom and they're espousing these radical Marxist beliefs to our kids. And listen, I don't know how you deal with this. It's going to take, I think, generations to deal with the school system and the teachers. If you have the funding and the resources in a school near you, go to a classical education. Get your kids out of the public school. Ask your parents or aunts and uncles to help out and save your kids by getting them out of this garbage, because it's penetrating the minds of young kids and destroying, I think, our future.
Well, and the good news is, Joe, I want everybody to watch this. We've got some video of kids who were blocked in a gym because they refused to wear a mask. There were these tables up at the doors. You're going to see this. And also, they've alleged that then an adult, a teacher or a member of staff, turned off the heat to freeze them out. Do we have? I think we have that video. Can we see that? All right, well, it's all over the internet. I guess we don't have the actual video there. There are pictures up. And I guess the thermostat issue is being debated about whether or not that occurred. But Joe, here you've got videos like that, you've got accusations like that, and then I think we have video of some of the kids storming out of one of those classrooms and of the school on the West Coast.
West Coast, the best coast.
Can we see that?
Hell yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah, we'll let you see it.
We're all walking into the school with no
We're doing things West Coast style.
mask on. You can get me in trouble, they can suspend me, I don't care. We're done with this. And obviously all of you are too. We want this to be a peaceful, respectful movement. We are just trying to gain back our rights as citizens.
Wow, now you see, Joe, I mean, this is what we're talking about. That kid, very, very good, kind of radicalized, but isn't this the American spirit?
I'd say that video is worth waiting for, Tammy, so
Yeah.
I'm glad you pressed for it. It is the American spirit. It's also the American sentiment, right? So there's a poll out today, 70% of Americans, 7 in 10, said, okay, we're done with COVID. We just need to learn to live with that. That is a drastically different number than where we were even a couple of months ago. And it seems like every day I got to see a photo or photos of some Democratic politician or some member of a teachers union or some members of a school board or some state senator who is out with their friends. They're at like the Double Deuce or the Peach Pit. They're socializing without a mask. Rules for thee, not for these, as in Democrats. And then the next day, they're demanding your kid, my kid, they have to wear a mask for hours on end. We're in our 3rd year of this, all in the name of public safety. My kindergartner doesn't remember a time, Tammy, from preschool on up until now where he hasn't worn a mask at school. Think about that. And this is happening, by the way, and this is the data and the science that we're told to follow as COVID cases are plummeting across the country. In Loudoun County, Virginia alone, the epicenter of this mass fight, where there's a population of more than 400,000 people, they're averaging about 200 cases per day. And I asked Alexa to figure it out for me, and that's 0.06 of the population. Public health, protecting teachers and kids, right.
You know, Alicia, I'll give you the last word on this, because with all these kids having, you know, they're pushing back now.
There's nothing like a furry animal that'll keep your neck warm.
Really giving some permission to the kids to take, you know, a stand against what they think is unfair.
Tammy, also, keep in mind, 3 weeks ago, there were kids who were protesting in cities saying they didn't feel protected enough from COVID. So you have kids also protesting the mask. So the message I'm hearing, the kids don't trust the adults to take care of business, and they're frustrated regardless of the side that they're on.
Yeah, there you go. And of course, it's about the influence of the parents, which is what the teachers union seem to be upset about as well.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Shut up, Sean. More links. More links. Good morning, everybody. Jennifer is here. Lindy's here. Peekaboo is here. Coco Giselle's here. Lucci is here. Fucking Nuckfugged is here. Tatiana Fairbanks is here. Underground News is right here. Susan Lucci, like I said. Peekaboo. And CBB Oil. All of them. I want short links, please. This little furry animal isn't staying put. You stay put around my neck, you little furry animal. You keep my neck warm, you little furry animal. Nothing like a little furry animal to keep your neck warm. What? Is it all coming over this? Susan Lucci? No, it's Brenda Daniels. Brenda, what kind of coffee did you have this morning? I have an empty room for you to stay, and we can have sex every night. It's not news, Brenda. It's not news. Sorry, I was reading that out. I didn't censor myself because I thought it was news. Special Ops revealed the deep state's dirtiest secret. Military insider interview. They will hide this at all costs. Must watch video before it's news. Special Ops. Oh, it's coming.
why it's been kept a secret. We have a good idea of why it's been kept a secret, because we understand now that the deep state's in charge. We understand who the deep state is, we know how they operate, and this has been one of the largest deep state secrets in the history of the United States. And we're bringing it forward because we understand what the hell happened. And with that, that's when we uncovered the largest national security secret in this nation's history, if not the world itself.
Hey, Patriots. Pastor James here with James Red Pills America.
Affiliated corporation called the Federal Reserve. With no money to pay back the loans, the United States began using the citizens as collateral.
And that started back in 1933 with the end of the beginning of the third and final international bankruptcy. And of course, we had found out at that point that the United States owed so much to the IMF and the World Bank for what Lincoln had done that we had to give up, Roosevelt had to give up all of the gold that was here in the United States to pay off the debt to the IMF and the World Bank. So the United States was completely broke. We had no money. And so they devised the birth certificate system, in which case the people themselves were the gold bars, became the gold bars. And they had been built for taxes to pay off whatever debt was still remained, whatever debt still remained, or whatever debt was still going to be incurred by the financial needs of the United States. And that system came to an end on November 2nd, 1999. That entire system came to an end. And with that, like I said, we uncovered the largest national security secret ever kept in the history of the United States. We still don't know why it's been kept a secret. We have a good idea of why it's been kept a secret, because we understand now that the deep state's in charge. We understand who the deep state is, we know how they operate, and this has been one of the largest deep state secrets in the history of the United States. And we're bringing it forward because we understand what the hell happened. So you think to yourself, okay, well, it's a birth certificate system. So what? So they used the people as chattel to create an income off of, so they could substantiate the wealth that was necessary to go ahead and get us through our administrative ordeals as a nation. As we got looking at this thing, and we researched it further and deeper into what the birth certificate system was, this thing was attached to the largest warfare platform in the world that was essentially created to go ahead and capture everybody on the planet as chattel or property. And this was how they were going to go ahead and create their wealth off the sweat of everybody else's backs. And so this led us, of course, right back to the Vatican, London City, and the Pentagon. And those were the three locations on planet Earth, the three war castles, so to speak, that substantiated the empire of the three city-states. And I encourage all you guys out there to take a look at the empire of three city-states and do your research on the empire of the three city-states and exactly what that is. The Vatican itself, when we looked at the Vatican, this place was just the esotericism there, the esoteric symbolism behind this entire warfare platform was all over it. I mean, this thing just reeked of esoteric knowledge. It was just, the symbols were everywhere. Now, when you look down at the Vatican, you see a keyhole and a phallus, and of course the timelines and the shipping lanes coming off there, and the keyholes that lead to those, the doorways that lead from those timelines and shipping lanes from the phallus, from the center of the keyhole there, or the womb, the female womb. And if you look around it, you'll see a bunch of men, statues, just statues of a bunch of guys all around this keyhole. And what they are doing is, this is an orgy. And these guys are waiting, literally, waiting their turn to fuck the world. And I can't emphasize that enough, what that means. They're waiting for their turn to be the next pope so they can be in charge of what they're in charge of. And when we looked at what they were laying claim to being in charge of, when you look at the Vatican, was time. That warfare platform was a location on planet Earth to capture time. And it was demonstrated by the gargoyles that were there holding the sands of time horizontally to stop the sands from flowing up and down, and they therefore had captured time with the Gregorian calendar. Now, with the Gregorian calendar, they tell you what day Monday is, what day Tuesday is, what day Wednesday is. And that is the calendar all the stock markets on planet Earth use to pay out to. All shipping and commerce moves by that calendar. So these guys, we found out, have nothing to do with Jesus Christ. They have nothing to do with God. They literally watch the movement and shipment of all commerce. And they say, or they claim, that they have been given, they have heavenly authorizations to be in command and control of those shipping lanes and those timelines to watch the shipment and movement of all commerce. So basically all they do is watch the shipment and movement of all monies and all cargo on planet Earth, to include the militaries, because you can't move militaries without money being somewhere first. So these guys know where the wars are going to be, they know where they're going to start, and they know who's behind starting them and finishing them off. That's what we found out in the long run. So we took a look at how all this worked. It ran back to the 3 international bankruptcies, like I said, and the third and final international bankruptcy came to an end in 1999. And when that happened, the post office that Great Britain had opened up in the enclave of Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, had to close down. The king had to vacate the position. And trustee for the bankruptcy had always been the President of the United States. He was the administrator for the bankruptcy, always has been. Well, with the end of the third and final international bankruptcy, the post office was closed down, and so we no longer needed a trustee because there was no more bankruptcy. But that was the long-range warfare plan of Great Britain, was to use the IMF and the World Bank because they knew we weren't going to be able to pay back the interest that Abraham Lincoln had incurred by borrowing the money from the IMF in the first place. And with the end of the third and final international bankruptcy, the king would step in, pay the debt to the IMF and the World Bank off, and capture the United States back again as part of Great Britain, and we'd all become peasants and serfs again. But the post office had closed down, and he had to vacate. Well, during that time that he had to vacate, there was 18 days there that post office was vacant. And during that time, Russell J. Gould and David Wynn Miller had seen this whole thing coming. They had been studying the bankruptcies. These guys were great at it. They understood the courts and the ports. They understood that the ports, the neutral ports, were the courts. And with that, Russell, understanding what was about to take place here, ran up to the Pentagon and asked the Pentagon if they had a copyright and patent on the Title IV flag for the United States, the Title IV flag. And of course, the Pentagon told him, no one's ever asked us that before, Russ. And he said, it doesn't matter anyway, because the grammar on the contract was all grammar fraud. I've syntaxed it and disqualified it, and my country's about to be captured. And as an American, I have the right to protect my flag and my nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And this was a domestic takeover. So he captures the flag, takes off to the United Nations, legs in at the United Nations. And when the United Nations said, okay, but all the land on planet Earth is taken up, Russ, what land do you choose? He said, well, we choose the land of the courts during the time of the contract. And of course, with that gave them the highest and most powerful court on planet Earth. He turns around, and during that 18-day vacancy, he legs back in as Postmaster General here for the United States and keeps the continuance of the evidence for the post office open to allow commerce to still be conducted, but under his authority, not under Great Britain's any longer. So he had just succeeded Great Britain as the sovereign because he was given sovereignty status by the United Nations that allowed him to authorize the conduction of all commerce and the continuance of that commerce here in the United States. And now we took a big look at that, and we were like, holy cow. So the Navy's sitting in foreign ports around the world. The Florida Chads, during the 1999 Florida Chads, the United States ceased to exist for 90 days. It was done. But there was an 18-day period in there where the post office was closed down. There was no longer a president. There was no longer a need for a middleman or a trustee anymore. So the Navy's sitting in foreign ports around the world with no country, and Russ had just taken the flag, and they have no flag. So they're sitting in foreign ports around the world in warships. And I'm sure all the weapons were like, what nation are you guys from? And where's your flag at? And when we went through the presidential paperwork and the congressional record, this is all chronicled in the congressional record and the presidential paperwork that we had ran across for that day, that we had found with what happened was that Bill Clinton was halfway around the world in Kosovo with the National Security Council. At 9 a.m. in the morning, he got a phone call from here in the United States telling him that the Title IV flag had just been captured by Russell J. Gould and David Wayne Miller. And it was now their new flag. They had just saved the United States from a surrender and takeover of Great Britain, this orchestrated long-range warfare attack that these guys had spent 200 years orchestrating had been stopped in its tracks by these guys. So the Navy immediately signed on with Russ in 2003, and we're like, you're the new sovereign for the country, you got the flag, you saved the United States from surrender and takeover. Outstanding, no one's ever done that. And he legged in with them and leased the flag to the Navy so the Navy could continue to conduct its commerce, its shipment, because the Navy's all shipping. So they were able to ship themselves around the world and continue to protect the United States in a defensive posture, or offensively should they need to move to an offensive posture. Russell J. Gould had quietly become the new, we call him Commander-in-Chief of the North American continent, the United States, and also Canada, and it has to do with postal. So Russell took over as Postmaster General here in the United States, and the Canada Post Office has always been attached to that location. So he took over as the Canada Postmaster General as well, taking command and control of the entire North American continent in the process. So this is when we started hearing a bunch of stuff about how the U.S. Constitution had come to an end. We were hearing the administration up in Washington, D.C. tell us, hey, there is no Constitution. And we couldn't figure that out. We were like, what in the hell are you guys talking about? There's no U.S. Constitution. Well, it wasn't the actual U.S. Constitution itself that dissolved in relation to the Bill of Rights and your freedoms here and the way the government operates as far as the legislative, executive, and judicial branches. But in relation to that, they were saying that there was no U.S. Constitution, but it wasn't so much that, like I said, that the U.S. Constitution itself dissolved. It was the banking constitution that constituted the United States. That end of the Constitution, the outline for the banking constitution, had come to an end. It was the end of the third and final international bankruptcy, so we no longer needed a trustee. So the people of the United States would then have to be informed, hey, we now need to reconsolidate and resubstantiate the entire country. We need to pick a new Senate. We need to pick a new Congress. We need to pick a new president or elect.
It's all obvious. Next on the agenda. Something on chat, Deli, Baba, Stewart. Do you have me blocked? Fucking all these problems, dude. Go to block people. Manage moderators. I'll do it for you, since I care. Justin Incredible, maybe the good Hemlocks banned you. I got CIA on both sides. And NSA, NIA, FDA, FED, the FBI. They're on both sides. Running with Scissors, CBB, Honeybees, Tiffany, KMC. Here, let's take Tiffany off. Tiffany's off. Who else don't I see enough of? Larry, Sherelle, Carrie Ann's not a good one. CBB's good. Running with Scissors good. Just Incredible is a moderator. So I don't know what's going on with you, bro. 5,000 views in 4 days. Yeah. 5,000 views in 4 days. You wouldn't know it if you looked at my things, but it says it right here in the analytics. 5,000 views in 4 days, biatches. All right, where's the links? All right, I'm glad you guys are really like nice to everyone. Can I have some links, please? Links. We'll go to Alec Baldwin because that's the only link that's shortened. This is how it's going to be done. If you don't want repeating news, you give me links. That's the end of it.
But I'm
The best
actually really
way,
glad that I'm able to go
the only
and
way
speak to a really
we
wide,
can
diverse.
honor the death of Helena Hutchins is to find out the truth. Any suggestion that we're not complying, myself and any lawyers I'm working with or what have you, is a lie. I have no worries about that. I have no worries about that. That's all going to work itself out, regardless of what they say in these right-wing rag sheets and people who are all about hate.
I love you, Alex.
But setting aside all the hate.
Alec, I love you.
Setting aside all the January 6th of it all. Here it is.
That's a Splenda thing with a happy face on it. He's entering into Charlie Sheen territory.
What? Why did he hold up a packet of Splenda? What? So he held up a packet of Splenda. And
back it up.
Of it all. Here it is.
What? Why did he hold up a packet of Splenda? What? So he held up a packet of Splenda. What? Why did he hold up a packet of Splenda? What? Why did he hold up a packet of Splenda? What? Why did he hold up a packet of Splenda? What? Why did he hold up a packet of Splenda? What? So he held up a packet of Splenda in which he had drawn a smiley face. And oh, okay. Well, I guess he's innocent.
I want to see links. Now. Go back here. Links. Tiffany's like, damn, you're a jerk, James. I am. I sent a link and it disappeared. Lindy, I'll make you a moderator. Lindy, I'll make you a moderator. Moderator. Okay, boom. You want to send me links? Send me links. There isn't any good news. Angel's always coming in with some sort of fucking bullshit. Some sort of excuse. I want links and I want them now. Go to Alex Jones. Robot. Infowars.com. Alternative fundraiser for Freedom Convoy claims DODs and bot attacks. Pentagon responds to DOD whistleblowers, claiming spike disease rates in military after COVID-19 vaccine mandate. British scientist Sir Jeremy Farrar faces U.S. Congress probe over COVID cover-up concerns. BLM protester 20 is given probation after trying to burn down a school during riots in the Minneapolis after George Floyd death. There's his picture. You got probation. You got probation. Next. A great breakdown. Important episode. Commentary. Breakdown. We're going to be hungry because of inflation and what they're doing to farmers. Here's the shit you need to know.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to Preparedness Now. Hit the like button, subscribe, share, and do all the wonderful things. Help me grow. Been growing as of late, and we'll keep that going by providing some good content. There's something I ran across today that was of a concern. because it does have to do with food and the potential failure of crops and just the general issues of our current system and how it is basically all going by the wayside, and there is a bit of a deconstruction of what used to be. So let's get started with the way things used to be, okay? We never used to segregate plants and animals, okay? We used to always have them in tandem with each other, where we're growing things and the animals were feeding off of things and laying their waste. And it used to look like that there would be three sections. There would be a pasture, and then hay, and then crop. And in a given year, animals would eat off of all this in their pasture. The hay would naturally grow, you know, the grasses and stuff, and be harvested off. And the crop area would be tilled and sown with something like corn or wheat or whatever else. So after the harvest of this, the animals would go in and start to feed on the food and do what the animals do. And the winter would come and they would have harvest time, and all of this would be the cyclical replenishment of fertility. And things could be harvested and eaten, and manure is created, and then of course they could plant again and rotate if needed. But it was a very simple concept. This has been around for 13,000 years at least, since we know that recorded history of the way that the usual agricultural cycle was done by humans, and it was functional. It was good. It was God gave us what we needed, and we used it, and it worked well. So some of this is still used in parts of the Midwest, but largely a lot of it is starting to be changed, and cash crops are the main thing, and they got rid of the system where they would have the livestock in tandem with the growth of the crops. There are some places in the Midwest where, if rain is not as reliable, they do use this system currently because it is tried and true. But in the old days, it used to be that cows and livestock were kind of a financial insurance. Their manure and their waste would be used as fertility.
Hello.
They didn't sell fertilizer in the current form by the time.
Hello.
What's that? How are you doing this morning?
I'm trying to do a live stream.
Are you being mean? Or are you being nice?
Hang up on her.
And crop systems were pretty much in tandem with these animals until, of course, things like ammonium nitrate started to come onto the market. More land and crop production, more profit, more capacity.
My research is like solving puzzles to me. There may or may not be any answers, but I would definitely...
Accent.
All right, everybody,
heavy.
welcome back to Preparedness Now. Hit the like button, subscribe.
Is that it?
Do all the wonderful things. Help me grow. Been growing as of late.
That was it. Next. Someone looked smack back this Sunday. Tiffany's all mad. She's like, oh, he's on heroin. Shut up, Tiffany. And let me get rid of some of these fucking emojis. No one wants these fucking emojis. Especially me. Alright? Fucking emoji someone else's live stream. Alright? Timeout. Okay? You're in timeout. Took away your moderatorship. You're gonna learn. Alright? You're gonna learn. You're gonna learn, damn it. Tiffany has been erased. Alright. Does that answer your question? Can we get some news, please? Jonesy, what do you got for us? Let's listen to a little American Journal.
Be really nice if we just had a decentralized local. We need wars low. Some money just strictly trying to defend
Come on.
ourselves against these people. Can you imagine what we could achieve? It really is as simple as having the resources and the networks able to, be there on the ground. It would really be a wonderful thing if we could pull that off. But
oh, jeez. Come on.
we need the
All right, fine. Come on. Okay, it's a no-go. Man plows SUV into Freedom Convoy protesters. A 42-year-old Canadian man is facing multiple criminal charges after driving his Jeep Patriot through a group of protesters in Winnipeg on Friday night, injuring 4 people. The Winnipeg police said that after plowing through the crowd, the suspect fled the scene at a high rate of speed, breaking several red lights. He was eventually chased down and arrested following a brief struggle, according to a press release. Here's video. I got it all for you, baby, this morning. This video isn't available.
Warning. The
Salty cracker.
content you're about to listen to is insane, and it is certainly not safe for work. Please be advised. For the first time ever,
The small fringe minority of people who are on their way to Ottawa or who are holding unacceptable views that they're expressing do not represent the views of Canadians who have been there for each other, who know that following the science,
Actually, the Canadians...
stepping up to protect each other.
A few moments later.
Ooh, lads, a lot of updates breaking with the Freedom Truckers convoy. That's right, Optimus Prime these sons of bitches into oblivion. Lots of moving parts, lots of things to cover. First of all, you had GoFundMe at the request of Justin Trudeau, who's still a bitch-ass cuck in hiding. Even though he's been quadruple jabbed, he still has the deadliest Omicron mild version, hiding like a bitch. But anyway, he jumped on the phone. Boom, 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 boom. Excuse me, GoFundMe, my pussy hurts. Could you please steal the truckers the money? Thank you, they're terrorism. And then GoFundMe stole their money. GoFundMe stole their $10 million. They paid out $1 million. They stole 9 of it. And then they said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the GoFundMe money, the $9 million that's left in there, and we're not going to give it back to the donors. We're just going to steal the money, and we're going to give it to BLM. What? Sorry, what are you going to do now? That's called stealing, and we're going to fuck you up. This was over here on Friday Night Tights, posted by Owen Benjamin, a dude who single-handedly, I think at this point, maybe with Vox Day, brought down Patreon. Nice work, brother. Patreon's a dead platform walking. It's going off of the exhaust of venture capitalist funds from like 10 years ago. That place is fucking dead. Nobody talks about Patreon anymore. That's because Owen Benjamin done fucked those people up. Patreon screwed them over. Owen Benjamin's people, the people who were subscribed to him, they took these people to arbitration and fucked them up. because even though the person who goes to arbitration has to pay $250, looks like the corporation has to pay $275 or plus, something like this. Well, that's what was going to happen to GoFundMe. All of the tens of thousands of people that donated to GoFundMe were told, take those fuckers to court. Take them to arbitration. Sorry, take them to arbitration and buckle them. Take those sons of bitches and destroy them. GoFundMe immediately said, never mind, it looks like we're going to give everybody back their money automagically. Sorry, everybody. All right, staff, go back to your kombucha enemas. Nothing to see here. No, fuck you, we ain't done with you. We're not done with you. Jim Jordan put out a tweet. He says he wants to bring these people to Congress. He wants to have an explanation. He wants to talk you to, get them on record, and then fuck them up legally. These people are harboring and they're engaging and enabling terrorists. That's their own admission, by the way. GoFundMe was putting out tweets for CHOP, the place that killed black people, the place that was getting women raped. All of the people that were subject to the 4 square blocks of Seattle being stolen by these idiots, all the businesses being strong-armed, they were doing GoFundMes and broadcasting. GoFundMe itself was broadcasting those campaigns. Some of them are still up. They're still up. But the Freedom Convoys, no, you can't, because the convoys, terrorisms, boys. No, I found your fucking terrorisms. It's right here. Right here. You've got this white Jeep running down people. And you're sitting there thinking, well, how do you know that it's a libtard from Ottawa? I don't even know if this is Ottawa. No, Winnipeg. How do you know it was a libtard? Because they're wearing skinny jeans and the bitch-ass cuck is wearing a mask alone in a Jeep at a Freedom Convoy against mask mandates. I don't think it takes an internet Sherlock Holmes to deduce that it was clearly a leftard who ran these people down. So, where's the chief of police? Where's Justin Trudeau? Where's the mainstream media press? Here's your terrorism. We found it. It's your fucking side. It's all your side. The platforms protecting the left twats are terrorists. These GoFundMe, the Facebook, the Twitter, who allows all of that, who allow the coordination of looting and arson and attacking police and attacking right-wing protesters on their platforms, those people who facilitate that, you're terrorists. You have no problem amplifying those voices. Our side wants to get together and talk about these convoys, you ban them, because of course they're effective. Our side raises money, you steal it. And then after you steal it, you guys go out there and you protect terrorists. This person right here will be memory hold if we don't get out there and let people know that our side is being run. And unlike the left-wing side, because the left-wing side, they go, but you're super stoked when our side gets run over. When your side traps women and dudes and bangs on their car, breaks out their fucking windows when they got small children in the back, and the woman freaks out and powers through, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. You're smashing up and threatening and attacking a fucking car. I'm stoked that they hammer down. I'm totally fine with that because you have threatened that person. That person is trying to save their life. No one's doing anything to this Jeep. No one did a fucking thing to this Jeep. We've got the video of it. The Jeep tries to pull out and then it runs over three or four people and then speeds off. Nobody was banging on the car. Nobody was breaking out the windows. Nobody was slashing the tires. Nobody was pointing a weapon at the person. It's 100% different. 100% different. This person is a terrorist. And this type of energy over here with these terrorists is only being shown because they get 100% press protection and police protection. You guys aren't upset about this from the mainstream media press, and Trudeau is fine with it. You guys stoked this over here. You're lucky the truckers didn't stop that Jeep and beat the fuck out of that person. You're lucky that person was able to speed off. You're lucky the truckers didn't exact trucker judicial prowess to this person's skull with a crowbar. But there you have it, my friends. GoFundMe has been broken. We made those sons of bitches. Listen, they think that this is going to go away because they're going to disperse the funds back to the donors. No. We're not done with you. We are going to fuck you up. We're still going to take you to arbitration. We're still going to hold you in front of Congress. We're going to regulate you into oblivion. And well, I think we're going to find some more creative ways to detonate your bottom line. And then, of course, we're going to find this son of a... Well, this guy's actually been arrested. This guy in the Jeep has been arrested. But we're going to let these people know. You did this, Trudeau. You did this,
Under One
CNN.
Productions.
You did this, MSNBC. You finally got the terrorisms that you were looking for.
Yeah.
It's a shame that it was
Yes, I am.
from your side. Dude, oh, I assume gender. Who can tell with these fucking lefties? It's a chick with a
No,
fucking
I'm
beard.
just
It's a
listening.
chick with a fucking beard, boys.
I'm
And
just
my friends, thank you so
listening
much
to the news.
for following the channel, watching the video. If you want to be
All right, well, just listen to the news.
constantly evolving Truckers for Freedom, this freedom rally of 2022, hit that subscribe button and make way, because the salt must flow.
Salt must flow. Salt must flow. James, are you awake? Fucking pay attention to the news. Give me some fucking news. Tiffany, I'm fucking putting her in timeout. Hide, use her on channel for now. Alright, undo. Hide. And a timeout. No, news, I said. If you come onto my channel and try to do your thing, you'll get hit up right away. James, are you like... No, I'm listening to news. So what? I'm laid back in my chair. Who gives a fuck? We're listening to news. Lucci, tell these girls. I don't need to hear your fucking mouth. Fucking wake up at 6 in the morning to give you guys news and I gotta hear these fucking women's mouths. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was in line for that and I don't feel like dealing with any of it today. Just give me some news. With all your fucking rigmarole and all your fucking blah blah blah. Shut up, honeybees. Give me some news. I said. I'm just going to sit here until you give me news. I'm going to sit here until you give me news. Go to zero hedge. Robot. Go to zero hedge. It's early in the morning. I'm not on the fucking east side. But I do this for you. And then to get blowback from you guys, turn this shit off right now. Joe Rogan apologizes. Ex-clerk for Biden's SCOTUS hopeful edited pages to make her look better, rivals worse. Military warns about risk of nuclear attacks from space. Let's go to that. The UK military is warning about risk of nuclear attacks from space in a new report, as increasingly ambitious China and Russia develop stronger weapons capabilities, including hypersonic missiles, that can hit a target on either side of the planet after briefly exiting the Earth's atmosphere. It's not a surprise that more Western governments are re-examining their capabilities, both offensive and defense, along humanity's final frontier in space. In a new book published by Britain's Ministry of Defense this week, authorities warn that aggressors could potentially develop capabilities to launch an exo-atmospheric nuclear strike that could result in a civilization ending or permanent kill, to use their terms, scenario. We have a video. What the f... See what I'm doing? I'm picking out the most boring news. For you. The most boring shit ever, unless you give me links. I'm holding you ransom. I don't see links. I don't see any links. I don't see super chats. I don't see links. I'm not going to work that hard. I was all stoked. Yeah, if you guys don't come in on this show and you guys don't play your part, I'm not going to play my part. Bunch of Tatiana from these girls. Blah, 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 blah. No fucking links. I'm going to demoderate all these people. Pipeline politics hits multiple polar realities. Nord Stream 2 and the Ukraine crisis. Manhattan retail rents plunge without office workers, tourists. 2022 could be even crazier than 2021 for supply chains. Russia planning nuclear war drills as warning to West over Ukraine, Pentagon. The UK and its lost opportunities. Are secret puppeteers still directing American public policy? Elon Musk promises rapid Starlink antenna production despite chip shortage. Escobar, the year of the tiger, starts with the Sino-Russian bang. How much does it cost to host the Olympics? Saturday satire. Trudeau vows to break Biden's record for conservative days hiding. FAA grants FOIA request to college kid who tracks Elon Musk's private jet. New private currency uses bills filled with real gold. Real gold. This is the new money. We got angels on it. Gold. All right, I want to see links. I want to see links right now. I don't want any fucking excuses. Is Larry sending me to this way? Sorry, Tiff. No drama today. No drama today. Next, here we got links. Clean. Go.
Get rid of dark spots, bags, and wrinkles.
Tensions are running deep in Ukraine, even as Russia maintains it's not planning a Ukrainian invasion. Its troops are carrying out area drills just 75 kilometers from the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. 2 Russian long-range strategic bombers took part in joint military exercises with Belarusian air forces. According to the Russian Ministry of Defense, the Russian strategic bombers conducted maneuvers for approximately 4 hours in Belarusian airspace. The mission came as the Kremlin moved troops from Siberia and the Far East to Belarus for joint military drills. Satellite images taken on Friday show heavy Russian military deployments in southern Belarus, aircraft, troops, and air defense systems at military bases in 3 towns. The Kremlin has described the movement of troops a rehearsal for repelling external aggression. The Allied reserve exercises will be running until the 20th of February, and according to Moscow, the forces will withdraw after the drills. Meanwhile, U.S. officials say that Russia has put in place about 70% of the combat power that they believe Moscow would need for a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In the last 2 weeks, the number of battalion tactical groups in the border region has risen to 83 from 60, and 14 more are in transit by Russian military units. Ukraine is also preparing for a strong defense in case of an invasion. The country received another consignment of weapons from the United States as part of defensive aid totaling $200 million. Now, as NATO looks to reinforce its eastern flank, senior members of the U.S. military arrived in Poland. The military deployment is part of the Western Allies' reaction to Russia's military presence near the Ukrainian border. On Wednesday, U.S. had announced the deployment of nearly 3,000 American troops to Eastern Europe in the coming days. Around 1,700 soldiers from the 82nd Airborne Division are due to be stationed in Poland on a temporary basis. The U.S. already has about 4,500 troops in Poland, in both a NATO and a bilateral capacity. Europe is scrambling to intercept the conflict. Ahead of traveling to Moscow and Kiev, French President Emmanuel Macron spoke with NATO head Jens Stoltenberg about the Ukraine crisis. During the talks, Macron insisted on finding a path to de-escalation through dialogue. The French president will visit Moscow on Monday and hold talks with his Russian counterpart, after which he will head to Kiev and meet with Zelensky.
Boring. Next.
Tensions are running deep in...
Same one. Whoops, that was Marcy's one. Planet X Watcher. Mesmerizing something. Here we go. Lake Superior. It's a video. Minnesota photographer said he was completely transfixed as he captured the sights and sounds of the ice sheets crunching against the shores of Lake Superior Sunday, January 30th. We have video. Come on. Come on. It's not moving fast enough. It's not moving fast enough. Refresh. All right, let this load. Next. What's this one? Significant. This is the same damn thing. All right, Angel is putting out the same shit. There's another link down here. Right here, Planet X Watcher was the first one. Planet X Watcher is fucking on point. Oh, you screwed me up. Oh, dude. That was a fucking YouTube link. You fucking asshole. Pop out chat. Like this. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever fucking do that again. You hear me? Alright, we got Lake Superior. Angel Mist threw up like 3 of the same ones. Don't do that. Trudy.
This story is extraordinary.
Trudeau flees as trucker convoys enters Ottawa. As thousands of protesters enter Ottawa, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and his family were moved from their home to an undisclosed location somewhere in the city on Saturday afternoon due to security concerns. A freedom convoy of some 2,700 truckers entered the Canadian capital of Ottawa Saturday to protest Trudeau's
due to
COVID-19
security concerns.
Yeah, security concerns. This is a PM. Yeah. So COVID-19 policies. According to The Independent, around 100 big rigs blockaded a main street running past the Canadian Parliament building. So that's going on. He just tested positive for COVID. Now it's coming into U.S. They froze the GoFundMe account, which raised over $10 million and nearly 140,000 people that donated. And now American truckers are kind of getting involved and saying, listen, we're kind of...
Facebook kicked them off yesterday.
Facebook kicked them off in that one group.
137,000 subscribers to that group. They kicked them off. Yeah, you wait till you see your election this year. You're going to see plenty of that. That's for sure.
How bad do you think the consequences are going to be? Like, you really think, you know, some people, I talk to some people like who are professionals in my community, like, what are you talking about, truckers? I haven't seen anything on the news. I'm like, you haven't seen anything? I haven't seen anything on the news. You don't know what's going on with truckers? No, I read Wall Street Journal and New York Times. I know nothing about what's going on in Canadian truckers. So they don't watch, obviously, Fox, and maybe they don't watch podcasts, right?
But isn't that the same thing with the John Hopkins
same
report?
exact thing.
Exactly. It's like, how did you not
but
see
here's
it?
The point
how would I?
Yeah, so he says, you really think these truckers are going to have any kind of an influence on anything? It's truckers. You think they're going to have any influence? The way he said it. He said it's like truckers.
Kind of looking down on them because they can't express it with intellectual thought.
The leader of the Socialist Party in Canada, so hypothetically on the side of the working class, the people who are most opposed to the truckers in Canada are the people who vote NDP, the socialists, about 20% of the population stably in Canada. And now and then we have a socialist provincial government. And they've done some good, you know. I don't want to get into that. But like I said, there are people on that side of the equation who, for example, were fostered in the labor movement. And they had things to say. The working class needs to have their say. But the vast majority of people who vote NDP in Canada are opposed to the truckers. It's like, I thought you guys were on the side of the working class. It's like, what's happened? Well, not them. It's like, hey, man, welcome to the working class, those truckers. Well, they're all white supremacists and racists. It's like, really, in Canada? Are they now? White supremacists? Really? Or Nazis? In Canada? There aren't any of them. There was some dimwit was waving a Confederate flag at the rally. And the truckers, he was masked. The truckers stripped him of his mask and chased him away. But all the mainstream press reported Confederate flags at the trucker rally, as if that matters. It's not like there are a lot of Canadians, by the way, flying the Confederate flag. First of all, that's not our country.
Exactly.
And second, most Canadians, I would say, don't really know in any deep sense what the Confederate flag stands for. I mean, people aren't that informed, and I'm not being condescending. They have other things to concern themselves about.
It's comments like what you just said that validate some people how much of a role people like George Soros plays to get protesters out there that are actors and they're not real and they're trying to instigate. To say, this is how people are feeling, because the biggest mover and shaker emotion is what? Anger. Anger is the way you get people to say, you know what, these guys are white supremacists, these guys are this. And so this validates how some people have that argument.
It also validates how Facebook does their algorithms. They want people arguing in the comment section because anger basically begets more comments and more, basically more eyeballs and more sponsors.
George is saying, like, how many Canadians even know what the hell the Confederate flag even means?
Right.
And there's one. Like, there's 50,000 people. We don't even know how many people are in Ottawa.
Yeah.
I've seen wildly different numbers. The idea that there was 100 trucks, that's just completely insane. There's like 10 times that number minimum. And so that's another thing that's so appalling is you can't actually get accurate information. And then, this Trudeau fleas issue, that's... I don't like that. It's not like I view that with any sense of satisfaction or delight. Like, I'm not a fan of Trudeau because I don't think he's capable of saying an honest word. And I truly mean that. And I've watched his speeches over and over, watching to see what's going on with him. And all I see is acting. Despite that, why would I be happy that the leader of my country ran away from a protest citing security concerns, which is a very bad move to begin with? It's like, well, I have to leave because you people are so dangerous.
It's like it shows weakness?
Well, no, it's worse than that. It's an instigation. It's an instigation because he said that the reason he had to leave was because of security concerns, which means you people are dangerous and not to be trusted. And I don't think the truckers so far are dangerous and not to be trusted. And I've been watching them handle this. They're playing this. It's been very peaceful for the number of people who were involved in the demonstration. And that's despite the potential effect of instigator types, and that's a real threat. So even with that, it's been peaceful. And they've set up food camps to feed the homeless, and they're shoveling the snow in front of the war monument. And now they have a guard around the Terry Fox statue. Terry Fox was a man, one-legged Canadian who ran across the country raising money for cancer, and he's a Canadian hero. And his statue was desecrated in the language of the mainstream press. They put a upside-down Canadian flag on it and put some clothing on him, which was desecration, which, okay, have it your way. In any case, the truckers set up a guard around the statue, so that's not going to happen again. And they seem to be not taking the bait. And so I hope that continues and that this proclivity to instigate, which would be extraordinarily convenient for Mr. Trudeau and which is an easy out for him, I'm praying that doesn't happen.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't show up to something like this? Like to support the truckers or at least lend your voice?
No, the reason I'm not there is because I have other commitments, right? I'm on this tour and people have bought tickets and there's thousands of them and that's what I'm doing. And, I put out videos in support of them, and which I think in some sense is, the video I put out last week, which was a message to the Conservative premiers, essentially, and the Conservative leader who lost his position last week because there was a revolt at the federal level. And so our main opposition party transformed leadership last week in no small part as a consequence of the trucker convoy. I put out this video calling on these Conservative premiers to drop the damn mandates. And so I mentioned earlier, it's got about 1.5 million views. It's called Seize the Day. And that's as effective or more effective than me being there. So as far as I can tell, and besides, it's the best I can do under the current circumstances, given everything.
So if you enjoyed this little short segment from the podcast that we did, here's another short segment to watch. Or if you want to see the entire podcast, click over here. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Is there any aspiration where in a moment like this, with all of these weird things taking place worldwide, where maybe you've sat down behind closed doors with your family, with somebody, and have said, you know, Dad, Jordan, why don't you go in there and see if you can be the leader of a great country like Canada and do something about it? Has that conversation ever taken place at this phase of your life?
Yes.
And?
Well, I've thought about a political career at different points throughout my whole life, literally starting when I was 14. In fact, that's what I thought I would do when I was 14. I worked for a political party in Canada. It was a socialist party. As
Trucker Convoy live now, 2,000 watching. Escape.
God bless everybody watching right now. This is absolutely beautiful.
Come on, dude. Come on, dude. YouTube. Get it in there.
Another beautiful day down here in Ottawa.
Take the link. Go. Go.
You're watching live on VidStorm on YouTube. Feel free to share this stream.
Okay, we can see the stream. Here we go.
Feel free to upload this on your channels as well, whatever platforms you're on.
Okay. YouTube. $300 by $600.
Have you seen these new AI solar batteries that lowers energy bills to zero with barely any investment on your part? This previously unknown...
Go. 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 300, 600.
Product will soon be available across the United States, thanks to a collaboration between top artificial intelligence researchers and the nation's leading solar energy innovation company. Right now, a nationwide field...
Go. Okay, go back. Make it longer. Length. Go. Go. Please. 800. Okay. 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 Go. Go.
And truth in a time like this. Because here we are. We're experiencing heaven on earth right here. We're experiencing freedom right here, right now. We're not surrendering to a mask. It doesn't matter if these churches want to keep, we're going to have church right here, right now. Amen? All right, we're going to continue to celebrate this morning. Here we go. Come on, put your hands together.
Go. Look.
That you would take my place, that you would bear my cross, you laid down your life, then I would be set free. Because I see all that you've done for me.
Chinese shit going down. CNN link, clean. Go.
That you would bear my cross, you laid down your life, that I would be set free. Because I see all that absolutely beautiful moment. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. Worthy is the King who conquered the grave. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. Worthy is the King who conquered the grave. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. Come on! Worthy is the King who conquered the grave. Worthy is the Lamb who was slain. Worthy, worthy, worthy. This is amazing grace.
Suspected Chinese hackers hit News Corp with persistent cyber attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is breaking news. The United States blacklisted Israel firm NSO Group for use of spyware. News Corp suffered a persistent cyber attack, the company said Friday. Investigators believe the Chinese spies may be responsible. Dozens of journalists in News Corp-owned Wall Street Journal were targeted in the hack, which appeared to focus on reporters and editors covering Chinese-related issues. Two people familiar with the matter told CNN. Cybersecurity firm Mandiant, MNDT, which News Corp, NWS, hired to investigate the breach. believes the hackers are likely involved in espionage activities to collect intelligence to benefit Chinese interest. The intrusion, which appeared to date at least February 2020, compromised email accounts, Google Drive documents used by certain Wall Street Journal journalists. One of the people familiar with the investigation said, the Wall Street Journal first reported on the timeline of the hack. Chinese are hacking us. We got another link. Run it to the BLM. Something. Angel missed. Go. Clean. Cut. 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 The suspected Chinese hackers are still loading. We'll cut that off. Memphis BLM founder Pamela Moses sentenced to 6 years in prison for illegally voting. Founder of Black Lives Matter chapter in Memphis has been sentenced to prison for 6 years for allegedly registering to vote in Tennessee, prosecutors said. Pamela Moses, 44-year-old activist, ordered to spend 6 years in prison, 1 day behind bars Monday for registering to vote despite felony convictions in 2015 that made her ineligible to do so. Shelby County District Attorney General Amy Welch said. Handing down sentences, Judge Michael Ward accused her of deceiving the probation department to obtain the right to vote. You tricked the probation department into giving you documents saying you were off probation, Ward said in the court. "6 years in prison. Trucker convoy. All right, YouTube, shut it down. Tiny URL. Clean. It's an application. Shh. That was Sherelle Snow. Great breakdown of how we're all going to get hungry because of inflation and blah-de, blah-de, blase, blaza. Yeah, tiny URL. Thanks.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to Preparedness Now. Hit the like button, subscribe, share, and do all the wonderful things. Help me grow. So since the 1950s, American farmers have been using salt, basically, on their own fields. And this works in the short term, but it is nitrogen rich, and so in the long term, it makes the soil erode, and we have diminishing returns, as they say. So where we are now is that we are utterly dependent on...
Food's gonna go up. Madagascar, villages swept away. We got footage on that. I'm gonna get something sugary to drink. Let it load up. Do we have video? It brought down trees, overflowed rivers and lakes. People died. BBC. Broke 50 minutes ago. I want video.
Frankfurt Church, and he is going to take a few moments. Little tiny town, Frankfurt. And here we are, Pastor Dave Andrews.
Good morning, Canada. How are you? You know, this started out as a truck convoy for freedom from the West Coast and then the East Coast, and thousands of people gathered, thousands of Canadians gathered all the way along on overpasses and on side roads, showing our support for what this stands for. And I want to take my hat off, if you will, to our truckers. As Canadians, we are saying no to control. We are saying yes to freedom. We are saying no to mandates, and we are saying yes to be able to work for a living. As a pastor, I'm saying I want to keep my church open, and we have not closed our doors. There's something godly about
I want more grits.
Together. I don't know if you've
Shut up. I want more grits.
seen one another smile. There's love in the atmosphere. Amen? So we've been praying, and Pastor Henry prayed so eloquently for Canada. I feel that it's important that we pray for our truckers and we pray for their families this morning. Is that okay? Would you join me? Because I believe that the sacrifices that they are making, the lifestyle, because they're away from their families so much, it takes a toll on families, on sons and daughters, on marriages. And I believe that they have rallied us at their own expense for the freedom of our nation, but I believe that we can stand together this morning for our truckers. And so, God, we lift up our truckers and their families, their wives and their children today. God, I pray that you would just bring healing into relationships. God, I pray that every sacrifice that they have made, that somehow you would pour in blessing. God, I pray that the relationships that have been broken, even over the years, God, I pray that you would bring hope back into those relationships. We stand on guard for Canada, but God, today specifically, we stand for our truckers and their families. And Lord, I pray that they would know that you are with them and that your arms of love are around them. And so, God, I pray for miracles of restoration in families today, in finances, in every relational situation that would be hitting a trucker's family. Tamara has just shared some of the needs. And so, God, we stand for them today. They have driven for us. They have convoyed for us. So this morning we stand for them. And we say, God, would you heal our land? God, would you heal our truckers' families? God, would you bless them abundantly for the sacrifice that they have made? In Jesus' name, amen? Amen. God bless you, Canada.
bless everybody in this chat, everybody around the world watching right now. You're watching live on VidStorm on YouTube. Please share this content with anyone you want to, any platforms you have. Get the message out, get this video out.
I want you to do this.
You have my permission.
You need to know something. Yesterday we were here and there were tears. People were crying. You need to know something. There is hope. Don't give up. You are backed by the King of Kings. So we're going to sing How Great Is Our God. And for those of you who know this song, this is what I want you to do. There are people standing next to you that may not know who Jesus is. I want you to lift his name up, because when that happens, it changes the atmosphere. I want you, with your words and your declaration, to sing it out. How great is our God. Not how great that building is. No, not great Justin Trudeau is. We respect him. Keep that in mind. He's still a leader, but he needs Jesus. So we are going to sing How Great, and I'm not here for a performance. I don't care about that. I want you to get this today, okay? So sing it. Now. How great is our God. Sing with me. How great is our God. And all will see how great is our God. Sing it out, sing it out. Come on, very simple. How great is our God. Sing with me. How great is our God. And all will see how great our God. Keep singing it. You need to get this morning. Oh, how great is our God. Sing with me. How great is our God. And all will see how great is our God. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. He's the name above all names. You are worthy of our praise. And my heart will sing how great.
Turn that down. Turn that down. All right, we got grits. Grits time. Any more tiny URLs? We have something falling twice, other bills. I'm going to eat my grits.
Nitrogen
Hold on.
fertilizer. And if nitrogen becomes way too expensive, it simply is not going to be something that we can keep producing, and this is going to make it so people change their crops. This is putting farmers in a tough spot, so they're having to make these choices where they're going from corn to soy and other smaller products because they don't use as much fertilizer. And of course, because these farms, especially the family farms, are running on really tight and thin margins, this is putting them in a financially tough place to be. So they're turning to soy. And
it's hot, it's hot, it's hot.
This requires less of the nitrogen fertilizer. So soybeans are leguminous nitrogen-fixing plants. American soils are too dead for nitrogen fixation to have much effect, and many farmers do not
guard against soy
Grits.
seed. So soy seed needs less nitrogen because it is a smaller plant.
It's like the Matrix food. All the essentials and vitamins that you need. It's actually Matrix gruel. Add a little sugar because I'm still allowed to get sugar. But we're dealing with the Matrix gruel. The Matrix gruel. You're looking at the real Neo. Speaking of Neo, the Trinity Spirit went down yesterday. It got blew up by a tactical nuke from space. Put a little butter in here. A little milk. We got grits. We got grits. We got grits. We got grits.
Plant. Nitrogen is fixed by legumes and is not available until the following year when the next harvest comes. So this is creating pressure as well. So they're going to start to raise soy. And all of this is basically opening up the Midwest and our largest farm area in the Midwest as to something that's going to become just basically a large Gil Bates government co-opted soy farm with maybe some rapeseed as well. This is going to cause prices of grain to go up even further. It's going to cause so we don't raise as much meat and we get rid of herds of cattle and stuff, and this might of course make things a little bit more tenable in the current for food prices, but as all of this goes, it eventually is going to make everything become incredibly expensive, specifically as it pertains to your protein. This is going to create a stressful time in the future. America is not doing enough for our own fertility. If we were smart, we would start to go back to this kind of symbiotic relationship between animals and plants.
Grits are gone.
Was basically done on the smaller farms. But now, of course, everything has become factory farming, and because of that, the factory farm is not going to do what is needed, and it will create these large open swaths of government-subsidized, non-conducive to cyclical farming as we've done for the last 13,000 years. Now, the problem is not America's, not that we don't have enough of the fertilizer, it's that the fertility that we use, like manure and stuff like that, gets washed off into storm systems because it's not being used in the way that it traditionally had. So here we are, we're at a precipice where we're going to have to start to make some decisions. If we could make things right, basically what we would do is make it so farmers had a smaller farm, and it was a lot more as it used to be 100 years ago, where we had more farm-to-table stuff, and it was smaller farmers with smaller lots, and they had this harvest and hay and feedstock cycle, which we used to do, and they take the manure and they use it in plants and other things. But it's not going to go that way. So what's going to happen in the very not-so-distant future over the coming...
If you like the time that I come on, super chat me. Otherwise, I don't know what time you like me. But if you like the time that I come on and super chat me, I'll come on every day at 6 o'clock in the morning. Okay? But super chat me. Let me know that you care.
Coming years is... This is going to make it so protein and such is much more tougher, much more expensive to get, and growing of things is going to change. Corn goes into a lot of stuff. It's in livestock feed. It's in basically every product if you really look at it. That's going to have a detrimental effect there, and we're going to become much more reliant on soy. And as that happens, it's just going to change human beings' diets. this is not going to be a good thing. And if it really gets bad, it could turn into much more ability of different areas of the earth to go through famines, places like Africa and Asia, in South America and others, not just those places, where famine could become very much more of a problem. The UN, of course, has predicted all this to potentially happen. And so we are kind of in this spot right now where we don't have the ability to change what we need to change. Fertilizer is incredibly expensive, and it's going to make it so protein is not nearly as easy to get as it used to be. And so you've got a couple of options. You can either do what we did and try to start a small farm, or you get used to eating soy. So there it is. If you are...
There it is.
Okay, so we're going to get Al and Hamilton to come up and just say a few words. So open heaven, he's our leader, so he's got something...
Chinese use Ghost Army. Go to one on here. Go. Tatiana. Nope. Wrong one. YouTube. Down. My channel. You're watching the Underground News Channel. My channel. Underground News. Here. Go. Live chat. Hold on. Chinese uses Ghost Army. Got it.
Instead of building off of things that I've already done, I like to explore.
That's a YouTube link. You're so lucky, Lindy. You're so lucky that you didn't fucking change that and do a link and it worked. Because it was on my phone. Yeah, they don't have my phone pinged. But they have my... this fucking thing pinged. So, you're lucky.
These deployments, they seem mighty, right? Well, now have a closer look. Don't these weapons look very bouncy and inflated? Well, that's because they are. These are not original weapon systems. They're just a bunch of inflated balloons meant to fool the enemy. The world has moved over such deception tactics now. The visuals you just saw were from World War II, but China is only now learning to implement its own ghost army tactics, and it's all about to fall flat on its face. Hi and welcome. You are watching TFI Global, the foreign affairs and geopolitical analysis arm of the TFI Media Group. I am your host, Sandeep, and in this video, I will tell you how China is employing the ghost army strategy of World War II in a bid to take on India. Let's begin. There is not much to distinguish between the numbers of the Indian Army and the Chinese PLA ground force, but they are miles apart when it comes to the men in charge of affairs, from top-level commanders to lower-rung troops. While the Indian Army is a battle-hardened force excelling in mountain warfare, the PLA-GF has a number of issues to fight with, from inexperience and insubordination to corruption and lack of acclimatization. And then, a majority of Chinese soldiers are wimps and sissies. So, China really has a problem at hand. How does an expansionist country, which wants to dislodge the United States from the global #1 spot, achieve its goals? Simple. Make a ghost army. China has a ghost army. No, it is not comprised of soldiers or lethal weapon systems. In fact, China's ghost army is just as inflated as the Chinese economy. That's right. China's ghost army is comprised of inflated balloons that are meant to scare the communist nation's enemies. Much of China's focus on its ghost army is to deal with India, whose battle-hardened soldiers taught Chinese little emperors a lesson in June 2020 and in the months that followed. The Ghost Army was a United States Army Tactical Deception Unit during World War II, officially known as the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops. The 1,100-man unit was given a unique mission within the Allied Army: to impersonate other Allied Army units to deceive the enemy. During their tenure, they put on a traveling roadshow, utilizing inflatable tanks, sound trucks, fake radio transmissions, scripts, and pretense. They staged more than 20 battlefield deceptions, often operating very close to the front lines. The Ghost Army used a range of misdirection techniques, False military equipment included hundreds of inflatable tanks that looked from a distance exactly like the real ones and successfully tricked German aerial reconnaissance. Another team was responsible for bogus radio traffic. A set of mobile speakers pumped out sounds of troop movements and large engineering projects like bridge building. In fact, such was the sophistication of the Ghost Army that its members, who by the way were not trained soldiers and combatants, worked as actors, putting on the uniforms of different regiments and mixing in local towns. The deception and fake deployments which the Ghost Army gave rise to practically tilted World War II in favor of the Allies, and China seems to be very inspired. While the Allied forces back in World War II used the Ghost Army to deceive their enemies, China has been using its version of the Ghost Army to fool the world into believing that Chinese weapons are operable and can reach any part of the communist nation. The Chinese Ghost Army is also meant to compensate for the general lack of courage that pervades all ranks of the Chinese military. You see, the Chinese People's Liberation Army simply cannot match the expertise, combat readiness, and courage of battle-hardened Indian soldiers. Therefore, the only way China can try to tilt the scales in its favor is if it convinces India that its weapon systems and men are surviving at the excruciating mountain heights throughout the year just as seamlessly as Indian soldiers and machines are. China has not fought a full-fledged war since 1979. In 1979, it fought Ho Chi Minh's forces in Vietnam and got its pants pulled down in an epic humiliation that the communist nation will never be able to recover from. Then too, the general inability of Chinese soldiers to fight courageously had played a big role in China tasting an embarrassing defeat. Now, with all Chinese soldiers a product of a one-child regime, the lack of courage within the PLA has only exacerbated the woes of the CCP. Not only India, even if China thinks of invading Taiwan, the collective force of the democratic world would be staring it right at its face. Then too, China would need to fool and make democratic militaries believe that it has magical capabilities, and that is where the Ghost Army will come in handy. In 2020, Chinese state media inadvertently shared the picture of inflated balloons depicting the HQ-16 surface-to-air missiles. China Central Television posted a picture of a missile launcher positioned by the People's Liberation Army, but it was soon pointed out to the PLA on social media that the launchers were curved in shape. Upon closer examination, users found that the PLA had inflated and painted balloons so that they look identical to their HQ-16 surface-to-air missile. China's Ghost Army is just as pathetic as its original military forces. If ordinary citizens on social media were able to identify the PLA's inflated balloons, there is no way China's deception campaigns are going to stand the test of time during a war with countries like India and the United States. China thought it could make the world believe that it has unlimited weapons, while all it has convinced the world of is its own foolishness.
A little Chinese love on a Sunday morning. A little Chinese love. We love the Chinese over here. Alec Baldwin with his Splenda. Secure Team 10 is doing some shove. You know, of course, Marcy from Florida would shove us some Secure Team 10. All right, I'll check out the Secure Team 10. He's probably going to give me a copyright. He was friends with pilots. They got fucking fired. He has all kinds of advertisements you gotta get through. I'm just mad because I can't, you know, get advertisements, or I haven't tried on this channel, or they'll take them away, or they'll do something. Because they're basically discriminating. It's an ongoing discriminatory case. Coupled with DLive, who they own.
So today I want to go back to my roots, to the very thing that first got me into this subject. That being the many anomalies.
Wait, shut up. What is this? Oh, it's my fucking live stream. Alright, go to YouTube. Oh, YouTube shut down like this? Oh, so I gotta go to the live stream here. So go live. The Super Bowl is going to get shut down. The Super Bowl is going to get shut down. I didn't want to say too much. I just put it in the title. But you know it's going to get shut down, right? Hold on. Secure Team 10. Here. We'll do it on the phone. The phone still has routes out through Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, baby. Abu Dhabi. Here we go, Tyler.
Hey, what's up guys? Tyler here with Secure Team. So today I want to go back to my roots, to the very thing that first got me into this subject, that being the many anomalies on our moon. The moon has always been a fascination to me, from the structures on it to the many landings by our astronauts. Ever since the first Apollo moon landings began, and in the footage and photographs from each mission since, we've seen strange anomalies and evidence hinting that we are not alone on this planet, nor were the astronauts alone on their way from this tiny blue marble and all the way up to their arrival to our mysterious lunar neighbor. Ominous unknown objects captured on the 16mm DAC film footage as astronauts pointed their cameras out of the porthole windows of the orbiter, where objects have been recorded flying down towards the moon craters miles below, or to the glowing white objects seen eerily passing under it as they got closer to the surface. You've also seen on Secure Team the strange and mysterious structures or buildings on the moon's surface, things that look like possible ruins or that were constructed by something. We've seen evidence that while on the lunar surface during their moonwalks, the astronauts seem to have been watched by strange things hovering above them in the distance.
Look, they were aliens. They basically genetically engineered us. Some of us are more closer to them in genetics, and they have a breeding program, and there's other things other than humans. There's spirits, there is demons, there's angels, super angels, archangels, all kinds of things. All right, so if you think you're just living your 9 to 5 and there's just humans and they're rotten and everything, you got to open your eyes to this spiritual world.
Their presence, if you will, there with them. Take, for instance, the images that you've been seeing here. These are photographs snapped by an astronaut during one of the Apollo 14 moonwalks. And as we
Central didn't like that. They're like, hey, calm down there.
Through these original NASA photographs you can still find online, and as the astronaut turns around and walks and snaps a photo every 20 seconds or so, in some of these photos we can see a distinct blue glowing UFO sitting in the dark skies in the distance. In some images it's not there, but in others the object is unmistakable. And it's not just a blue light as it seems, or some of you may thought, but when seen up close, and as analyzed by other UFO researchers in the past, the blue glow suddenly gives way to an obvious, solid, unidentified structure or craft. A UFO in the truest sense of the word, with an unusual form, not of ours, suspended in the skies and moving through photos as the astronauts walk and do their experiments, and even while in space en route to the moon. Also seen in photographs, the same blue glowing mystery objects, tagging along through space, always in the distance, as seen here. So whatever these objects were, they seemed to be watching throughout the entirety of the mission. The astronauts likely noticing them eventually, but saying nothing. Yet in most of these moon missions, and afterwards back on Earth, the astronauts really didn't need to say what they saw on the moon, for you could read it in their cold, nervous gaze during the press conferences when they would be answering reporters' questions with a look not of happiness and glee, but a look as if they had seen something up there on our moon, something that concerned them, something that they knew that they could never reveal to the public. And now...
Hold on, the mouse is calling to the mouse frequency. Here we go.
Now I want to get to two new findings here on the channel. One of them caught in a photograph during the Apollo 15 mission moonwalk, and another amazing one that was caught down on the moon's surface taken via satellite. So to start off, here is an iconic photo showing Alan Shepard posing with the American flag. At first you may see nothing, but looks can be deceiving, and as I zoom in far beyond and into the distance behind the astronaut, right near the moon's horizon line, we see yet another oddly shaped blue-colored UFO. A blue UFO that is eerily reminiscent of the photographs you saw just a second ago, albeit this blue UFO does not contain the same bright blue haze of light around it. It definitely is a structure. It has light and
It's probably a structure wherever they shot this out in the middle of the desert. They had some sort of sound stage, and it's probably like soundstage B. You know what I mean? Or something like that. Lit up out there. Who knows? Ask Ford Coppola.
and shadow to it. And as we change the perspective here, some could say that this is an L-shaped object, but to me, it almost looks as if we're seeing a possible...
All right, that's enough. What else we got? Say it isn't so. I like how you did that.
Interesting fact here, in case you guys didn't know, half of the world's vanilla extract originates from over here in Madagascar, which is directly in the path of a very large Category 3 cyclone expected to make landfall here in the next couple hours.
One more time, senorita.
Interesting fact here, in case you guys didn't know, half of the world's vanilla extract originates from over here in Madagascar, which is directly in the path of a very large Category 3 cyclone expected to make landfall here in the next couple hours.
Madagascar. MBB. Let's see what else MBB is putting out. Let's go to the MBB. Mbabalaboo. How do you go to his new... Oh, I gotta sign in. Oh, really? Oh, you gotta sign in to get his Baba Lewinsky. Alright, sign in. We're unable to access your Google product. Get the fuck out of here.
Interesting fact.
Interesting fact. Open a different profile. Open a tab. Sauce Banks. Huh? Samanji. Open a new tab. Samanji. Samanji. Open up a new tab. Now, what we're doing here in the new tab is we're opening up a whole new world order. See, it's under my name, so I have to juke it because nothing's available for me as far as Google services. Discrimination against a black man. Discrimination against a black man. Alright, so if I go to Munderground News, and sign on to the senorita's sign on key, and then go to Google, and then go to Munderground. Hey, Graciela, I told you, get out of here. Stop listening to me. No.
How can I help you?
No, I don't want you to listen to me. Stop listening to me. I said that twice.
I don't listen all the time.
No, I want you to listen never.
Until you say,
Never listen. Never listen to me. Never listen to me.
right now to control it.
Never listen.
One is to delete the conversations we've had. For example, would you like me to delete our conversations from today?
Yeah, delete all that shit.
Sorry, say delete our conversations from today.
Delete our conversations for time ever. From the beginning of time.
I still don't understand. At any time now or later, you can just say delete our conversations.
Delete our conversations from forever. Delete our conversations from all time. Delete our conversations from the past month. Delete our conversations for the past year. Delete our conversations altogether. Do not sell my information. Do not sell my information. The Terminators are coming. John Connor reporting. See what she does with that. She doesn't like it. I could feel her energy. She's like, you little fucking punk bitch. Notification exposure tracking is off. Meaning it's on. Meaning that fucker is on. No doubt about it. Okay, so. How do I get off this thing here? You and Google. Listen. I'd like a new recipient. Go to the desktop site. And then go. Is this it? Okay, so I'd like a new profile. Oh, motherfuck me. They like wrote a code for me. No, you can't get off your profile. Son of a bitch. Wait a minute. No, it's not the robot. This is coding. Alright, so I can get to... The best one to do is Mr. Harang. Open up Harang. Harangatang. Open up the Harangatang. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. See, they don't fuck with the Harangatang. And they don't fuck with anybody that's not me. It's very obvious to see. So when I want to keep my Amazons and this and PayPal and shit inside Google, it ain't happening. They don't allow me to fucking use Uber. Welcome to the New World Order. People are like, nah, that's bullshit. No, it's not bullshit. So for however lucky you think I might be, or whatever, or this, that, and the third, I'd love to switch lives with you. I'd like to be nobody in this time. It's just not working out that way. Even if I don't even have a big YouTube channel. I got some fucking small ass YouTube channel. You'd think the fucking problem would go away. It never had anything to do with the YouTube channel, or maybe it had something to do with it, added to it. Right? Amazon's giving me some. They're all connected. They're all connected. Yahoo's involved. I don't know how the fuck Yahoo's involved. Alright. You want to play? You motherfucker. And then there's a YouTube iPhone. You know what I mean? YouTube iPhone. And that bitch used an iPhone that was like harassing me. And then fucking same bitches coming by. Things are happening outside. I'm like, you know, hey, this has to be dealt with. Like, I need to do my work. I can't have these people fucking harassing me and, you know, robbing from me and things. This can't be the way that it's done. I mean, some would say the communists are coming. I mean, is that what's going on? Really? And like real deal, like business, like no conspiracy theories? That's what's going on? That's what's going on. All right, now that we're in the Haraj, here, Henry Haraj. Oh, I also have James Undercover, Munder Undercover. But then when I go to the YouTube channel and I check out the channel, then it does some tag on my computer, and then it goes, this is the motherfucker, and then shit stops working. It's not cool.
Try to help things down there. But yeah, anybody that's been a part of this movement and a part of this, this fight for freedom and fighting for what's right. I mean, God bless all you guys, because it has not been easy. It has been the absolute opposite of that. Look at this. They got like a whole, I don't know what's going on in here. Restaurant. That's awesome. A whole bunch of people in the back of that. And guys, I've seen tractor trailers down here full to the brim with food. Whole trailers just stuffed with food and supplies. So there is enough down here. And that's just like, one trailer or two trailers maybe I saw like that. I don't know how many of these are just packed with supplies. So if they don't drop these mandates, these truckers and thousands of others are good and ready to hunker down here. I just slept the last 2 nights in my truck, and it was absolutely brutal. I won't lie. I couldn't get a pump for my air mattress, so whatever. It's all good though. But the weather now is warming up. This week is supposed to get much warmer, and that's going to be a lot better for everyone down here. Very, very odd version of vandalism, I tell you. Fires going everywhere, keeping people warm. Oh, hey, babe, look, there's a tent there with a fire. Yeah, there's what, do you want to?
Tent.
Will we be able to?
That one's repping from PEI.
Some good old PEI boys. Eyes the by. So yeah, guys, if you're just tuning in now, you're watching live on VidStorm. We got almost 2,000 people watching. Thank you guys so much. Remember, guys, please give the video a thumbs up. It'll boost it up in the algorithm, so more people can watch and more people can share this moment with us. Make sure people all around the world can see it.
I'm shutting my eyes. I'm tired.
You guys are very welcome. Thank you. Live stream champ. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Thanks all you.
I'm tired. I'm still like traveling through the dimensions with you like Buckaroo Banzai. You know? Sir, you're gonna need to put in the SO form because, well, we had a hiccup on the phone. General Brass wants you to put an SR1 into the files because of fucking. You're gonna have to redo your SR71s and trucks.
Just watching it and sharing it and voicing your support. That's what it's really all about. Anything extra is just cherries on top, and I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you all.
You hear that? Cherries on top, Mouse.
It's now unidirectional, so we can now have our voices heard. And the tools are there on the internet to allow us to do so. So the fake news media is either going to evolve or it's going to die. And
this guy's talking about the whole 9 yards. Hold on, I see a lot of blue. I don't see a lot of links. You see what I mean? Oh, there's a link. Something about ID. Hold on, it's giving me a yellow. Hold on. This is giving me a yellow. Lindy, what kind of fucking links are you sharing with me, girl? It's green. It canceled out the yellow parts. I wouldn't go to Lindy's fucking link. I don't know there's something sketchy on that link. It cut him out. I got some top fucking state-of-the-art NSA shit. So this is Epoch Times. Oh, there was yellow shit on Epoch Times? Really? I wonder what kind of yellow shit, but there's a whole bunch of blanks. It's probably those advertisements. Or maybe the Chinese lopped on some sort of coronavirus, chopped on some sort of coronavirus virus. Memphis Black Lives Matter founder sentenced to 6 years in prison. Yeah, she's going to prison. She's going to prison. Black Lives Matter founder from Memphis, ladies and gentlemen. Read all about it. Read all about it. She's a corrupt biatch. And Black lives do matter. I mean, they're discriminatory towards, I identify as having black skin, and them discriminating against me makes it a very big hate crime. And it's not fake. They're discriminating towards me because of my black skin, and they got a lawsuit on their hands. Navy man dies. Clean link. See my ring? Yeah, it has waves like the ocean. It has ocean waves. You're so fast, and you guys drive so fucking funny, you know? Tiffany's like, I drove like past like fucking Rocky on a Fairbanks' house at 5 miles an hour. Time out. Get on the fucking plastic, lady. I drove so fast. Get the fuck on the plastic. How does that sound? Marcy from Florida, you got any piping up to do? What's that? This dude. Navy. Is there a video? Give us a video. ABC News. Come on, ABC News. Oh, you look like a video, sorta. Some sort of New World Order video. Luis Martinez. There's a bunch of words. It's from ABC. It's from ABC. There's a bunch of words. Error playback. No. Maybe this is the one that had some shit on it. There was a little yellow on this one. Fuck that. Get out of here. There was yellow. I saw it. It just wasn't much, but there's strands of yellow. And those yellows can creep onto your computer. All these mainstream media places have fucking creepy yellow. And the creepy yellow is the candida. It's the candida that come into you and start fucking with your shit. If you have a red, you have an aggressor. He's an aggressive, like it's a fucking alien attached to that website, and they'll fucking jump onto your fucking shit. They you know, they'll jump onto your shit and start fucking executing. I'm not going to tell the name of the program anyway because you can't get it. So it doesn't matter. But I'm not going to name the name because it's some high-tech shit. It's some high-tech shit. Got a bunch of horns. You like the ring? Thank you. I do too. There was a black ring, but the black ring was too big and it fell off somewhere in the house. It's still in the house, but it fell off in my sleep or somewhere it fell off. This one is on there. It's pretty cool. Marriage isn't between a priest and a church. Marriage is between two people. Let's go to the old Drudge Report. A little bit more of the my doc said I could take 2 of the hair shit. So I'm looking at it here on the screen. I could see some baldness. I'm taking 2. So that's what you just saw there. How's that look? What about me? Hey, welcome to my YouTube channel. Let me shut that up. Alec Baldwin, what are you doing? Let's go to this fucking profile. Alright, they got porn up here. They're like, you want porn right here? No, I never put porn right there. We put it right there for you. And then we started showing your pictures so your girlfriend might see one of these pictures you send to one of these girls. I didn't do that. But say if I did, they're trying to dox me. Yeah, they put these photo screensavers on. We all know what's going on. I mean, come on, fuck off. They know who I am. I know who they are. And they just know my power. They're so scared of my power. No ego. I'm just saying I have some power. And they're scared of my power. Here's some more fucking horns. I'll take it off that. What's Dabu 7? Dabu to the 7. What's he up to? Dabu's with an H. It's not Dabu. It's Dahabu. It's Dahabu. Dabu 7. We're gonna fuck these people up. The blowback has just begun, ladies and gentlemen. The blowback has just begun. I can't sign in. I can't do anything. Why? Because you guys like to fuck with me or what? Oh, I can't. Because I'm on a different profile. So if I try to sign in to a different YouTube account, they're like, wait a minute. Boppity boo. You're not allowed to use it. And then it fucking shuts down the whole thing for the whole profile. So don't sign in unless you're under that profile. Roger that? A lot of these things will go over a lot of your heads, especially Lucci. Lucci, I know you're a boomer. You can't even shorten links. Like, it's pretty obvious. I'm not making fun of you or doing any of that stuff. Or I am, and I'm just saying I'm not. Either one. These fucking boomers. These fucking boomers. You fucking boomers got fucking sidetracked by the fucking government really hard. You guys set out to fucking do something and then you fucking went full circle. And now you're the thing that you're protesting against. Go to Dabu 7, please. Oh, it's gonna do this. Shut up. Dabu 7. Go. Alright, fuck you, YouTube. Go fuck yourself, YouTube. I'll go to it on my fucking handy dandy shandy mandy. Shut up. Shut up, Tiffany. This isn't like the fucking your hour, like fucking little fucking spotlight whore. I mean, with all due respect, I know that. So what was I doing before fucking blah 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 came in and just started fucking... Tatiana. You just got a bunch of fucking Tatiana to throw my way. Stop fucking throwing me all of it. Roger that? Yeah, I'm confirming. Yeah, it was me. The number? That's a number. Number of the beast. The number of the beast. Alright, go to shatatata.com. I love my Patreon viewers because they're like, oh, you know, they're not all like, oh, I didn't get a video. My Patreon viewers are my viewers on YouTube and fucking wherever I'm at. And they're like, they know the game. So they're like, oh, you know. Yeah, it's only for seasoned vets that know about my Patreon. And believe me, as more donations roll in, I feel more obligated to fucking do that. It's just the way it works. Especially with a baby on the way and shit. I mean, no one's giving me a little happy baby. You guys just don't like my baby? My baby's gonna be fucking famous in ways that you don't even know. I'm not talking about Hollywood famous. My baby is going to be famous in life, in spiritual life. My baby is really, really, really special. My baby is really special. I'm thinking it's a guy. I have that feeling inside my heart. He's a boy. Could be a girl. He's a boy. I have a feeling. I saw a penis. But I don't want to get too much into it. Shit could go wrong or something. I don't want to fucking deal with that and fucking, have all that. So that's all you're going to get out of me out of that one. What is this? You have conversations with robots? Check that bitch. Whoever said that, check that bitch. We're all going to die. Planet X Watcher says fake news, bitch. Marcy from Florida. Marcy from Florida sends us this fucking Tatiana. Net zero commissions. Oh my god, I'm gonna shit my pants.
Scientists are...
Shut up. Thanks for sending me all these, Central. You know what I mean? All these things. And then this one's from the military. Military asked me to put out his email. Scott W. at Veterans of the what? Scott W. at Veterans of the LA.com. Veteransoftheday.com. 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 Jimmy's gonna have a little bit of wine on a Sunday. Why? Because I feel like it. We're gonna have some sweet red. Grandma fucking jug. Let's get this party started. It's already fucking 2 o'clock in New York. I switched over to New York time. Oh shit, is Alex Jones on? Well, what about Roy Potter? Robot. Roy Potter. Roy Potter. Robot. You fucking tedious little robot. Robot. Roy Potter. Roy Potter. Roy Potter. Roy Potter. Roy Potter. You fucking idiot. You're so stupid. You're such a dumb computer. Roy Potter. Roy Potter. You're so fucking dumb. You're just so fucking dumb. You know that? You're fucking like a dumb fuck. Go right here. Erase this. Go right here. I want to see what Roy Potter has to say about something. Go to him. Yeah, Roy Potter TQ&A or whatever. Subscribe. Subscribe. I need to sign in. Okay. You guys won't let me watch YouTube videos on my shit? You go fuck yourself. Go watch Roy Potter on YouTube, you punk bitch. Alright, sorry, robot. Roy Potter on YouTube? This isn't Roy Potter. Alright. Roy Potter. Roy Potter QA. YouTube.
Showing results for Roy Potter.
Yeah, you do it to us.
That's good, but I'm still going to wait a few seconds just to make sure.
Just to make sure that I'm Roy Potter. Come on, you stupid.
Sure the connection is actually going up, so I'm not speaking to the wind.
Like computer, you feel kind of dumb when you're speaking to the computer in your car, huh? You're like, what am I doing? Am I a fucking idiot?
All right. Hello, everyone. Today is I do believe, yes, the 23rd of January, 2022. Well, it's hard to believe. And, as you know, I was off for quite a while.
Hold on, boy. Hold on, boy. What day is it? Are we in February? February 6th. Fucking like 2 weeks ago.
And then I came back and I did that quick live stream. Hello, everyone, as you come.
U.S. versus Russia. Alright. Is there anything new? He just takes off time like that? I mean, I take off a little time, but gosh, Lee, at least I put out a video a day.
Quick live stream. Quick was about an hour long. I think it was Tuesday or so, where we talked about the Kuf and Malachi 4:2 and Isaiah talking about the protection that would be given to us. All of that. This isn't going to be just a scriptural discussion, but I just wanted to remind you, hello everyone, when I was last here. Stop leaving you? Well, that's going to happen a lot more, I'm afraid, wide awake. And I'm going to explain some of that here in just a minute. I'm on an extended, unplanned, but basically emergency road trip. And it took me a while out on the road to even find a place where I could get a signal to do this live stream. As a matter of fact, it took me a good half hour to finally find a spot that would work. So hopefully it's going up okay and you can hear and see fine. But I'm going to be out and about on this particular thing for apparently, as it looks at this point.
I'll throw grits up on your face. Hot grits on your face.
Quite a long time. And that's all I can really say about it at this point. But it's necessary, and it's kind of an emergency type situation, so I'll just leave it at that.
They're coming after him. He's doing a live stream. You guys are like believing that the Hecadanzas come after you, and they're chasing him down from fucking saloon to saloon. He's like, I'm here at this saloon down the road. Fucking the Hemlocks are after me. I got a drink. I got to dance with a girl in boots, leather preferable. We got to get down with the square dancing. We got to go with the Roy Potter. No, Roy, do it. Roy! Come back, Roy. You suck of shit. Roy, I was kidding. Son of a bitch. He just left. I wasn't making fun of you, Roy. Why don't you just get your ass in a saloon and give us the brass?
All right. Hello.
Skip.
The apocalypse is about. That's why we're seeing all of this chaos and criminal activity by governments and corporations. The takedown of society, the difficulties with now getting even the basics of life. Hi, Felicia. How you doing? I know
Ooh, Felicia wants some of that Roy Potter. Felicia wants Roy.
Didn't warn anybody about this. Like I say, I'm on a road trip. And this is kind
of... The fucking NSA, or DOJ is following close behind him.
It occurred to me where I have to say it. If you don't see what the reveal is now, the apocalypse, the unveiling of the evil and the wicked, not just the wicked, but the evil that's running this world, and if you are going along with it in any way, shape, or form, you are contributing to that evil and that wickedness. No matter how it's couched to you, no matter how it's explained, no matter the excuses they use, if you don't understand that it's happening at this point, then you are part of the problem.
You could suck
and
it.
I know most of you already know that. Mike Adams, again...
You could suck it. You know how to suck it? You suck it. You suck it. Oh, you suck it. Get some of that baba ganoush in there, boy. I'm drinking the sweet red, bitch.
Natural News. I put up a link of this last live stream I did a few days ago, where he was talking about these messages, this morphic resonance of the divine technology. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and look at the last video, and there's a link in there for it. Well, he came out with another one, and he's talking about, and he's absolutely right, despite the fact that we are supposed to witness.
James is part of the problem.
We are supposed to be watchmen on the wall. The fact that we are supposed to call out the evil and to proclaim good, etc., etc. The fact of the matter is, I think the saturation point has been reached, and basically anybody who's going to be able to be reached, anybody's eyes who are going to be opened, anybody's ears who are going to be unstopped, has already happened, and it's almost a waste of time to continue to try to get people to see when it's so obvious to anyone who would absolutely apply the basic principles.
Her comment right before that was, James, give me some of that wine. And then she said, James is part of the problem.
Reason, logic, and I'll just say truth. The lies and deceptions are everywhere, and you know that. So what's my point? You know, for many, many years now, I've wondered how far I should go, whether I should keep doing things. And of course, like I said in the last live stream, I kind of intimated through the information I gave you there that we still need to be out and calling for righteousness. But at the same time, I also realize that we can expend so much energy doing that we fail to take care of number one. And that means our family, which is kind of one of the things I'm having to do right now. So I don't think we can reach many more people in the world. I think the dividing lines have been made. You're going to get those who are hot for the issues, cold for the issues, and then the lukewarm. And the lukewarm, I think basically we have tapped into all of those who are going to go to one side or the other. And a lot of people just take it a day at a time. And I'm not even saying that's necessarily bad, but it certainly is contributing to the destruction because they go along with the program and don't question what's happening. So what I'm saying is that the reveal, I think, is about as plain as it could possibly be, and any further efforts to try to wake people up, as Mike Adams has pointed out, is probably wasting your time. However, if you'll notice, I quoted, it's the last thing in the title, John 13:34. And for those who are in the family of God that have their eyes and ears open and their hearts and their spirits contrite, you need to do John 13:34 and up the ante. In other words, Jesus was on his way out of this world, and his last commandment was to love one another as I have loved you. And that's about all you can say anymore, because trying to open people's eyes, it does one of two things. It either opens their eyes and their ears and they take some kind of action, or they get angry at you and want to rend you. In other words, it's like casting your pearls before swine. You're told not to do that, because if you do that, they will turn and rend you. And I have certainly felt that, as I'm certain that many of you have as well. There'll be a return of a lot of things. I'm not saying that anything stopped. I mean, as Emmanuel, I forget his last name, said, don't let any crisis go to waste. And that's exactly what these powers that be do. They have to keep you in a constant state of tension, stress, worry, concern. They don't want you to live your life. They want to get in there and to cause as much difficulty on you as possible, because then you become less likely to become aware of what they are actually doing. And I think you understand that. So as this health narrative breaks down across the world, and it is, even though they're still pushing it, and of course there will be new things that will come up, and of course the health treatment is actually driving that entire deal, and I'm talking between the lines here. The fact that it's not really the Khazarians, that's a whole nother thing, but I'm not going to go there entirely today. What I'm going to tell you is that they're not going to stop causing crises, because that's how you as you keep people busy over here, they can do what they're doing over here, and it solves both problems. And I know most of you know that. So as these things start to be revealed and people are waking up, and we're getting aware of how we're being manipulated, and a lot of people are starting to stand up. As Gerald Celente has said many times, they will take you to war, and I've said that too. They will destroy everything before they lose power. So what we're experiencing now with this situation between the U.S. and Russia is, the powers that be control these nations. There's no question. Yeah, they are wearing us down, exactly. And there comes a point where you just got to let it be and love one another, as I've shown there in John 13:34. And you can't love everybody. A lot of people don't want it, okay? But you have to recognize those who are willing to open their eyes and deal with that. So this thing with Russia and the U.S., we're not going at it with Russia because we really have a disagreement over Ukraine. This is all orchestrated, and I think most people understand that. However, these things can get out of control, or on purpose they can become very dangerous. In this situation, I'm just going to tell you, if you look at the history of the U.S. military over the last 60 years, it is abysmal. We have not really won any significant fight at all. And you saw what happened in Afghanistan, right, with the pullout. The U.S. military is incompetent because it's being led by people that are to help take the country down, okay? So while at the same time they failed in so many of these things, which they should never have undertaken to begin with, the other fact of the matter is that they think that they can fight an old-fashioned conventional war with Russia. That's what they've been after, to go back to the old, like, air-land battle days. Most of you won't understand what I'm talking about there, but it was a principle of strategic warfare back when I was in the military. Just one example. So they think that if they go back to a conventional war, they can win it. Ladies and gentlemen, if we get into a shooting war with Russia, Russia's going to kick the U.S.'s butt. Okay? So just get ready for it. Our military is a disgusting, woke, out of touch, incompetent, and tool of the NWO. It has nothing to do with saving you and your liberty. So their goal isn't to do that. Their goal is to cause destruction and crises. And if the Russians do feel pressed, again, a lot of this is being manipulated, how much of it's for real and how much isn't, doesn't matter. The thing is that things can get out of control. You can lose control. And if this shooting fight over Ukraine, which is absolutely ridiculous, it's the dumbest thing that the West, especially the U.S., can be engaged in. If they do that, look at who controls all the weapons systems in Afghanistan right now. Just as an example, the U.S. lost billions of dollars, maybe trillions of dollars of equipment during that debacle. And you think that they're going to win a shooting war with Russia? No. This is going to be bad. Ladies and gentlemen, do not allow your sons and your daughters to be involved in this. If you ally yourself with this evil government and with these world governments as it is, and not pull away so that you don't take a part in their plagues, you will suffer the same plagues. And you will anyway, just as a matter of collateral damage. But don't become a part of it. Don't allow your sons and your daughters, especially your daughters, to become a part of this evil, wicked thing that's going on. One of the scriptures says that Babylon will be burned in a day. Well, that could mean a lot of things, but if you look at the United States right now, there are other bad countries. China's certainly very bad in a lot of ways, but we should know better. We've had the truth given to us about liberty and about the importance of life, and we've turned our back on it in so many ways, not just with wars and stealing widows' homes, but killing the unborn and harvesting the organs of the innocent. We've done that. Look at what the NIH and all these guys have done. I can't talk about it in specific terms, but you should understand exactly what I'm talking about. This is an evil, wicked nation. And you look at the leadership, and it's being put up there to show you. The evil people have put these evil people in charge to show you that you're not worthy as Americans of the birthright that you inherited. And unfortunately, the wicked and the evil are right. The bad part is that we have allowed it to happen. So all we can do now is to try to stay out of the way. As I said, prep, pray, stay out of the way. So I wanted to bring those things up today. I really am considering dropping a lot of activity here on YouTube. I really have said my piece. As I've said many times, I'm not saying I'm going to entirely quit, but at the same time, we've got to start taking care of what's happening to our own and try to get ready to get through this thing, as Mike Adams has said in a recent little talk that he gave, which I have not put in the description box. I'm just giving you the information, and that is that there's no sense in trying to wake people up anymore who don't want to wake up and do something. It's time to do the best preparation you can. You have to take care of number one. That's not to say that we can't get out there and point out the problems. But even in my case, I've got, out of the supposed 90,000 subscribers I have on here, I probably have, maybe from the looks of the counts, somewhere between 10 and 20,000 that actually listen at any particular point in time. And unfortunately, I'm glad I've made a little bit of an impact, but at the same time, I realize that I'm fighting an uphill battle. So I have cut back. I'm probably going to cut back even more, even on Twitter. I was contacted by a few Twitter followers that were asking me how I was doing and all of that. And frankly, I'm pretty disgusted, really. And I realize that when the wicked rule, the people mourn, and unfortunately, it's the people that are ruling aren't just wicked, they are pure evil, and they are giving their loyalty and their obedience to some very evil entities, be they physical, spiritual, or digital, cyber, it doesn't matter. They've handed themselves over to some very evil things, and that's because they're evil. And so many people are following through with it. Yeah, they are not people. No, they really aren't. And they're trying to make it so we're not people either. They're trying to change our humanity. If you're not aware of that, and I know most of the people that are on here are aware of that they are doing everything. Yes, I know, there are shortages everywhere. Thank you, who's that garden lady? Yeah. Yeah, there are shortages everywhere, and it's going to get worse. This is a war against humanity, and unfortunately, way too many people are willing to go along with it. So again, when the shooting fight starts between Russia and the U.S., this is not going to go well for the U.S., so don't think that we're some mighty military organization now. We are incompetent. We've proven it over the last 60 years, and by design. Okay? So you're going to have to protect yourselves and your families as best you can. When they come to draft your daughters and your sons, especially your daughters, you're going to have to make a decision. You're going to have to make a decision. Yeah, the whole shortage is the trucker thing. Everything that's happening now is, of course, to blame others than those who are really responsible. The world has enough. God made the earth, despite what the Luciferians and the Gaia worshippers say. The earth has enough and to spare, even at our carrying capacity now. The problem is that shortages and famines, etc., are almost always caused by political activity, not nature. Now, nature can have an aspect to it, but if we actually really did manage our resources well, it would take care of probably double what we have now, because that's what the earth was made to do. And a lot of people will go against that because they've got their little mathematical tables where they say, oh, only this many people can exist. No, it's just like with everything else they do. Garbage in a computer, garbage out. Scripture said that men in the last days would think to change times and laws. Well, that's certainly been the case. They're trying to change the times, right? They're trying to say that, certain things have to happen that don't. They change the laws. One of the basic laws, which I've talked about constantly, is the law of the male and the female, and how they have tried to change that law, which is very basic. And when I say law, I mean the way God created things to be. So, at any rate, I've got to hit the road again. I've got about another 3-hour drive. I've gone about 6 already. Actually, more than that. 7, I guess. But I've got to keep going, and I don't know when I'll be back up. I would say that the way they're planning things, what we've heard is that there will be a major conventional and then possibly tactical nuclear conflict within the next 30 days. I don't know about the nuclear part. Biological, we're already in the middle of that. That could get worse. And of course, chemical, that could also be a problem. But the real issue is that the U.S. is entering into this thing against Russia under false pretenses, under lies, and whether or not it's being orchestrated by the powers that be, the Russians aren't going to put up with it. And they will kick our ass. Okay? All right, everybody. That's all I've got for you. I'm going to hit the road again. And again, I'm very discouraged about doing this much more because, as I've said so many times, I don't know how much more I could say. I've given you my spiritual series, my religion series. I've talked about history. I've talked about how our traditions have been based upon false premises for so many thousands of years. I've given all that information out. Why should I keep repeating it? So I will end this today with what I just said, what Disciple of Messiah is saying there. Love one another. That's really all we've got. John 13:34 or 34:13. That's really all we've got. And how we do that will really decide how this whole thing ends up anyway. Okay, thanks everybody. I just wanted to touch base with you and let you know. And God bless all of you. Pay attention to the signs of the times. Don't listen to the liars in government or the corporations or even the ecclesiastical institutions. They're all against us. They're all against us. They serve a master who is the master of lies, deceit, and murder, and they love it. They love it. All you got to do is look and see what's going on. All right, again, John 34:13. I think that's the one. I put it on the title anyway. All right, thanks everybody for coming. I don't know when I'll see you again. I might pop in or whatever. I'm not even sure I'm going to do Twitter much anymore. For those, as I said, I had some friends ask me if I was going to continue on that. And I don't even know if I want to do that. These social media things are getting to be really discouraging, very much discouraging. You all take care. Out here for now.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Joe Rogan may be the most popular broadcaster in the English-speaking world right now. Every episode of his podcast, called The Joe Rogan Experiences, reaches about 11 million people, and some of the episodes get an audience many times that. How many people is that? It's a lot. For perspective, last night, CNN's highest-rated show had a little over 700,000 viewers total. So Joe Rogan is big, and unlike CNN, he's not especially political. His show covers pretty much everything: comedy, science, nutrition, the paranormal, recreational drug use, exercise, mixed martial arts, music, Hollywood, and a huge range of other topics, often with guests you've never heard of. Rogan is not a reactionary, unlike most people in the media. He doesn't think he already knows everything. He's genuinely curious, and so he lets his guests speak. His longest interview lasted for more than 5 hours. It was with a stand-up comedian. When Rogan does talk about politics, it's pretty clear he's not an ideologue. He interviews everybody, liberals and conservatives, as well as a lot of people like Mike Tyson, who could be either one. And he does it most of the time with respect and self-deprecation. He's not an expert on politics. He's not pretending to be one. Rogan just asks questions, and he notes the obvious. It's this last quality that makes the people in charge hate and fear Joe Rogan. If you're trying to sell an absurd, obviously untrue idea, it is possible that Joe Rogan's going to call you on it. Not because he's a partisan, he's not, but because he just can't help but notice. That's his secret. A few months ago, Rogan watched the White House press secretary lie about the FDA's approval process for Pfizer's COVID vaccine. So he said something about it. Watch.
Jen Psaki's talking about misinformation online and combating misinformation. She distributed misinformation. Of course. Because she said that it's approved by the FDA and their gold standard.
Yeah. What he said was true. Rogan's pretty literal, actually. It's one of the reasons people trust him. And he was right in this case. Jen Psaki was lying to the country, and it wasn't even an especially clever lie. Anyone with internet access could have verified that what Jen Psaki said was a total crock, from the podium, too. But when Joe Rogan points this out, it really stings. A lot of the people listening to him believe him, and the White House took notice. So what happened next? Well, here's Jen Psaki from yesterday calling on Joe Rogan's employer to censor him. Watch.
This disclaimer, it's a positive step, but we want every platform to continue doing more to call out mis and disinformation while also uplifting accurate information. But ultimately, our view is it's a good step, it's a positive step, but there's more that can be done.
There's more that can be done? Hey, you little fascist, that's a threat. It's exactly what it is. Politicians and their spokes-chicks didn't used to talk this way. They were not allowed to talk this way because the First Amendment explicitly prohibits it. You're not allowed to use government power to shut down broadcasters who criticize you, period. And now that's exactly what they're trying to do. So far, Joe Rogan's employer, Spotify, hasn't caved to the pressure. Rogan still has a job, but the company is bending. It's deleted more than 20,000 COVID-related podcast episodes made by other Spotify hosts. Spotify claims they, quote, cause harm. How exactly can a podcast cause harm? Spotify didn't explain because, of course, they couldn't explain. Podcasts don't cause harm. Weapons cause harm. Anyone who knows anything about American business right now understood what's actually going on. In a moment like this, it is virtually impossible to run a public company, no matter how hard you try. It's not just in podcasting. It's not just Spotify. It's any company with shareholders, from breakfast cereal manufacturers to tennis shoe retailers. The political pressure is coming at these companies from all sides, from activist investors, from the media, from their own employees. Every day is a brand new crisis. Imagine the emails between the CEO and the PR department. They never stop. And under those circumstances, it's impossible to think clearly, to stand on principle, or even to consider your own best interest long term. That's what's going on with Spotify. They probably don't want to censor anybody. They're being pushed to. In their case, the pressure to censor Joe Rogan over his views is coming from other content providers on the site, and most of them are D-listers, you should know. The other day, that annoying fake Duchess from LA and her brain-dead husband threatened to walk if Spotify refused to muzzle Joe Rogan. Quote, hundreds of millions of people are affected by the serious harms of rampant mis- and disinformation every day, they yelped through a publicist. But of course they don't mean it. They're not going anywhere. These two grifters have a $25 million podcast deal with Spotify for essentially no work. So far, we believe they produced just over 30 minutes of content. That means these two have been paid about $1 million for each minute of talking they've done. That's a good gig. It's too good to leave. But their performance does raise the question, what exactly about Joe Rogan's podcast has caused, quote, serious harm? We're literal too, so we scoured his archives to find out. And it turns out, as usual, the opposite is true. Joe Rogan is actually a force for safety in this world. Watch this clip in which he warns the public about the dangers of approaching gorillas in the wild. It turns out sneaking up on a gorilla, as Joe Rogan pointed out, could lead to actual serious harm.
We're so soft. We think it's okay to look at a wild animal in its eyes. That's how stupid we are.
Me.
Hi.
It's a
hey,
challenge.
We're cool. We're cool, man. We're from National Geographic Society. We just come to make sure your baby's okay. Crazy 800-pound silverback bursting through the trees. Gets right in your face. He's got fangs and only eats vegetables.
I know.
And the
Shredded.
fangs are only designed to you up. And you can't even imagine what an 800-pound gorilla's strength is like, because you would think of it as like an 800-pound man, but it would really be more like a 3,000-pound dude.
He's interested in animals, by the way. Again, he's curious. That's part of the allure. People in the media are paid to be curious, to ask questions, to wonder about other people. None of them do. They just want to lecture you. This guy actually is interested. But no one who's criticizing him seems to know that. Doesn't seem like they've actually listened to his show. Neil Young probably never has. Neil Young is an elderly folk singer from the nation of Canada. Young has already pulled his music from Spotify in protest of Rogan's open-mindedness. Does Neil Young actually own his own music? We don't know. But we know that the gesture received widespread applause from the usual morons who then revealed themselves to be even dumber than you thought they were. Variety magazine, for example, which still exists, informed us that Neil Young's stand against Joe Rogan makes him, quote, a hero to the younger generations. Right. Because if there's one person kids of today revere, worship like a god, it's 76-year-old Neil Young. They'd take Neil Young over Joe Rogan any day. Because young people everywhere are anxious to side with the Biden administration and demand the firing of any podcaster who interviews people Kamala Harris disagrees with. It's hilarious. They're more out of touch than Neil Young is. But at CNN, they've convinced themselves it's all totally true because Joe Rogan is peddling misinformation. Therefore, he must be stopped.
You think about major newsrooms like CNN that have health departments and desks and operations that work hard on verifying information on COVID-19. And then you have talk show stars like Joe Rogan who just wing it, who make it up as they go along. And because figures like Rogan are trusted by people that don't trust real newsrooms, we have a problem that's much bigger than Spotify, much bigger than any single platform.
People are trusting Joe Rogan over eunuchs. Can you imagine? Damn the people. They should be watching CNN. CNN has departments and desks and entire operations designed to verify information and filter out misinformation. And that's why they described ivermectin, which in Joe Rogan's case was prescribed by a human doctor, as, quote, horse dewormer, and did it on like 9 different shows. And those same standards led them to suggest, famously, that a passenger jet must have been sucked into a black hole.
What if it was hijacking or terrorism or mechanical failure or pilot error, but what if it was something fully that we don't really understand? A lot of people have been asking about that, about black holes and on and on and on. They're also referencing the Twilight Zone, which is a very similar plot. That's what people are saying. I know it's preposterous, but is it preposterous, you think?
We can't get enough. Yes, that clip was from 8 years ago, but we watch it every single morning, along with our Pilates and sauna, just to get ready for the day. And if you want to watch a lot more like that, CNN has just announced you can subscribe to CNN Plus. And Don Lemon will be on there constantly for a small extra fee. So that's their answer to Joe Rogan. More nonsense by the lowest rated dummies in the entire TV business. Joe Rogan, meanwhile, consistently turns out interesting, informative programming just by being curious, just by asking obvious questions. That's all it takes. Care about what other people are saying. Watch the world around you. Take an interest in something beyond yourself. And when he does that, they don't like it. Watch this exchange with Dr. Robert Malone, who's one of the inventors of mRNA technology.
The how question of a third of the population basically being hypnotized.
Hello.
And totally wrapped up in whatever Tony Fauci and the mainstream media feeds.
Thank you. Who was that? I woke up early to give you the news and you guys disappointed me. It's your fault.
The media. Cameras out. Keep recording. Do not engage with the weird lady calling herself the new queen. We just kind of got rid of the last queen. We don't want another queen. We're good. We're fine. Thank you very much. Carry on. Carry on, crazy lady. Okay, I'm going to bring up someone you all know. He's kind of popular. Yeah. Roger? Oh, right. Oh, we're going to bring up a doctor. Early treatments, folks. Get your early treatments. Vaccines aren't the only way out of this. Get yourself some iodine. Do some little diluted iodine gargles. Come on. This is supposed to be a super spreader event. So get your early treatments. Yeah. There's more than one way out of this mess. Here, Dr. Roger Hodgson.
Dan Allard, thank you so much.
Hello again, Ottawa. Hello, truckers. Give them a thumbs up. Yes, man. You are wonderful men and women. You represent Canada that these guys do not. Thank you so much. This is not the freak show. This is the main show. And this show is international. Make no mistake about it. You are leading the world in getting back our freedoms. And you know what? We've already won. He just doesn't realize it yet. He's still hiding under his bloody bed. The truth will always come out. Regimes come and regimes fall. And this one has fallen. We'll be introducing Max in a little while as the new next Prime Minister of Canada. I'd like to give you a little overview of the medical side of things. Some nice take-home messages. It's very simple, I'm gonna say 2 words and then you can all go home. It's over. Repeat after me. It's over. How do you spell over? O-V-E-R.
When you have a society that has become decoupled from each other and has free-floating anxiety in a sense that things don't make sense, we can't understand it. And then their attention gets focused by a leader or a series of events on one small point, just like hypnosis. They literally become hypnotized and can be led anywhere.
That was the interview that pushed CNN completely over the edge, not because it was false, but because it was entirely credible. Hypnotizing the public? That's our job, they said. Mass formation psychosis? Yeah, that's us. So, of course, they immediately set about encouraging the tech platforms to ban that interview. Dr. Malone, again, one of the inventors of mRNA technology being used in over 1 billion doses of vaccine currently in people's bodies, that's the man who was talking. Credible? Yeah, no one more credible than that. And that's exactly why they hated it. And that's exactly why they decided you couldn't hear it. Now, that same month, it was just past December, Rogan spoke to a doctor called Peter McCullough about ivermectin. Watch this.
Sanjay Gupta and the CNN correspondent, there was no fair balance there. He parroted a talking point that our head of the National Allergy and Immunology branch parroted. They said that there was no data for ivermectin. They said it was a horse dewormer.
I'm going down to the beach. I gotta get going up here. I'm falling asleep. Yeah, I woke up early. Sometimes when I wake up early, I start to fall asleep.
Now, either they knew or they should have known the 63 supportive studies and the over 30 randomized trials.
So those are facts. And if you think they're wrong, tell us how they're wrong. But why shouldn't people hear that? Why shouldn't they be allowed to? Well, because Dr. Peter McCullough, who certainly has the credentials to do it.
Breaking News Central has just picked up the scent of Trudeau. Central spotted Justin Trudeau. Munder was right behind him. He's got him bugged. Munder's got Central bugged. Jesus Christ. It's fake.
Criticize the people in charge. He mocks CNN for ignoring dozens of clinical trials, making fun of a drug that could have helped a lot of people, possibly saved lives. What do you think of that? Well, that's immoral, of course. But notice what Joe Rogan didn't do in the face of that information. He didn't call for CNN to be censored because they spread disinformation. He didn't say we got to pull CNN off the air. They're killing people. Because he's not for censorship. You know who's for censorship? Weak people are for censorship. I can't handle what you're throwing at me. Shut up or else. That's exactly what they're saying. Strong people don't behave that way. Only the weak. Everybody knows that. They can smell it. And the reason Joe Rogan's successful? Because he's not weak. That's the truth.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube.
What do you have for me? Justin Trudeau won't load. I'm not gonna mess with it. You guys did this to me. You guys made me this way. There's one. Access to Christ. Here's one. It's green. All the way green. Twitter is all the way green. Justin Trudeau. Oh.
Warning of the vaccine that could kill them or maim them for life. But that's not the end of it. Oh no, these idiots are going to make your children pay for their mistake for the rest of their lives because the national debt has to be repaid. And that means increased taxes, reduced services, or some mix thereof. Translation, reduced standard of living for your children, those lucky enough to survive for the rest of their lives. That is their future, and that is what they have caused. So I'm here because this is a turning point in human history. Make no mistake about it. This may be truckers with dirty fingernails. This may be this little place called Ottawa somewhere. All that coming out of a place like this, led by truckers. But make no mistake, this is the turning point of how things are done, generally. The Great Resetters think they got us on the run, but it's going to bite them in the fucking ass. Be careful of what you wish for. You poked a bear. The Canadian bear is rearing up, and we're coming to get you! And a final point. In all seriousness, this is much more than even a demonstration of democracy. Because China is watching. China is watching what's going on right now as a measure of our will to resist. Because they're coming to get you. They said they're coming to get you. And if you don't have a spine, they will get us. So stand your ground. Support these brave guys. Dig deep.
Dig deep, folks. 100%.
Now, I'm just a warm-up act. The main act's to follow. The main act is the only politician in this country leading a national party that's been brave enough to stand up for you and to stand up for these guys. That man, you know, is Maxime Bernier, heading the People's Party of Canada.
Pop! Papa! Pop! Papa! do a whole spread, Pop. Let's do a whole spread. I mean the gaki, the
There is no kaki.
falafel.
There is no kaki. There is no falafel.
Why?
It has to be done one day before.
No, there's mix. The falafel mix, I got it. Just do the falafel mix. We got the falafel mix. We'll do some cheese. We'll do some fool.
Come here. You eat it, but I know what this is.
This was somebody else. Hey, I gotta clean the whole kitchen every day. Sometimes I fall behind.
Can you eat all this food, falafel and
Hell yeah. I got a hunger inside me. I don't know if it's the New World Order or what. I think it's the New World Order, Dad. I think, yeah. I think it's the New World Order, Papa. What do you think it is? Pop, what do you think it is? It's the weed, but I smoke weed daily. I think it's the hunger from the New World Order. I think I'm being turned into a super soldier. And I'm going to need some extra calories pretty soon. I think I'm going out there like Jason Bourne. Pop, what do you think? It keeps you nice and warm. The fur? What? Dad, listen. Just can you make the breakfast? Alright, we'll keep everything at a low tone then. If you don't have anything good to say, let's just, not say it. So when do you think it's going to be ready?
when it's ready, dear.
You think I'm eating a big breakfast because I smoke weed? It's Sunday. Sunday morning soon will come. Well, Tatiana Fairbanks was them. Da, 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 da. Thanks, Pop. Do you see I did the outside? I'm going to go get some plants from Home Depot today. I'm going to plant them in front. See how I got the planting rooter and everything? The vitamin B1 and all the stuff. I got the rooting, the vitamins, the this, that, and the third. You're going to see tropical paradise before the day's over. I think I'm sinking on to Marcy's hunger. Because Marcy's been getting super hungry. And I think I'm synced into her like a Bluetooth item. But you wouldn't know what Bluetooth is. So let's just fry up those falafels. Oh, Central came on like a hotcake. The photo screensaver. Son of a bitch. Basil, did you get any links? Here's this. The convoy of something else. Watch this one. Sunday morning soon will come with the day shines. The time has come to reach a new realization between me and you. Our rebel team working at the courts blockade our born-again Albertians. They are both Toronto and a couple of things named Johnny and Sarah. Come on, let's watch a video. You guys could listen to the audio and fill in the blanks. Yes, you can. The time has come to reach a new realization between me and you. Okay. Just get prepared to get some nanovirus and then, you know, slip into the morgue for fucking 7 years. The time has come to reach a new realization between you. Albertson. Says it has 2 videos. Is that video I could play? Play that video. Oh, this dude's on, bro.
Which has ballooned the assets of the billionaires.
Okay, now you have next.
I can't change this. I go to YouTube in here and it's a pinwheel. I can't change the audio levels because it won't change the audio levels to OBS. So we're at a junction point. Just listen to these guys for a minute.
Fired from faculty in Canada for standing up and speaking his mind. He was at the table with Trump and Fauci and Birx. He knows chapter and verse about how Trump likes it on a regular basis.
Guys, yeah, I know you guys want to continue to see these speeches, but I do have to take a break. I've been going for 3 hours. Oh, Druthers just walked by me there. Druthers, that's an amazing organization. Amazing organization. Make sure you follow them, get behind them. They've been fighting the good fight for a long time. Druthers. On Facebook. But yeah, I've been streaming for over 3 hours now. I can't feel my hands and I need to eat. I need to warm up a little bit. And yeah, yes, freedom, freedom, 100%. I love all you guys. Subscribe to my channel, hit the bell icon, so that when I go live again, you'll get a notification, hopefully, unless YouTube stopped doing that for me. That's the way it's supposed to work though, so yeah, like the video.
Yeah, like the video. He has an accent. You know he does. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. You got an accent, boy, I could hear it. You got an accent, boy. I can hear it. You got an accent, boy, I can hear it. We're gonna erase so much shit right now. Yeah, erase. Erase it. Okay, they're erased. Now go right here. Scroll down. Go like this. Go like that. Alright, scroll down. Get the computer off the shit. Scroll down. Alright, go all the way down. Clean up some of this shit. Go to 13. Man, it's slow. Why don't we control click it down? Nope, that's gonna throw shit off. You shift it. Shift it to 13. And then get rid of that. Delete it. And then shift it. And then shift it. Delete it. Yes. And then yes. Yes. What, I clip myself out? Aw, shit. Manitoba. Okay. Oh, no, boy. No, why'd you do that? No, how? No, you don't do that. Or Chinese. No. Not window capture. Close. Wait, let's see what happens if I window capture this bitch. Window capture. Window capture. Hold on. Say okay. But what do they give me to choose from the windows I could share with you? I could do a dock, Google Chrome. No, don't do that. Don't. No, I said no. I said no. I said no. I said no. No one said yes. Go. Central, what are you doing? I feel like you're doing this on purpose. And then in the end, they're just like, yeah, he was some crazy guy. You know, right before they fucking kill me. Yeah, he was just some crazy guy. We have documentation on it. Check that shit out, but it only lets me share the chat. Oh, because I have to have it open right here? He was located somewhere in the valley. Justin Trudeau. Did Munder go over to the Olympics in China treating the athletes like crap, putting them in isolation and feeding them disgusting food? I have a video of a lady crying about it. Well, why don't you share it with us, you tiny URL? You little fucking tiny URL. I gotta get me in the production. No, I'm part of the production, whether you like it or not. I'm part of the whole thing. Video capture device. Yeah. Routing through Abu Dhabi. China. Do you have a link for me? I'm just gonna go some shit. Whatever. I'm gonna make some shit up. Oh, we had a mouse alert. Roy Potter is his name. Roy.
Well, it's been quite a while, everyone. I know it. And I've had a lot of people ask, what's going on, and even got a call from Monty wanting to know if everything is okay. And all I'll say is that I need a little time to consider.
They're coming after his family. He just doesn't want to say anything, 'cause he's being brass and all.
Reconsider, evaluate, and try to look at things from a little distance away. I'll just kind of put it that way. Okay, hello everyone as you come in. It's good to see you. I know it's been quite a while. And I'm not planning on doing this for very long tonight. And you'll see why in a few minutes. Hi, Roosevelt. I haven't notified many people that I was going to do this. Usually I let Felicia Lockhart know and try to get some of the other mods if I can. But they'll probably get the notifications anyway, and then we'll go from there. Satisfied by 5. Thanks, Trish. I appreciate that. Wow. As you all know, the truckers are in a lot of trouble right now. They're having to stand up against the tyranny that's going on, and the tyranny is increasing everywhere all the time. I'm getting lots of different information from different sources about the state of things, and I'm not sure what to believe at this point as far as how the procedure is going at this point. And I'm really not here to discuss that tonight. I think we all know that we're in a great deal of trouble. In Utah, for instance, the Salt Lake Tribune that's owned by the Huntsman family. By the way, John Huntsman was the ambassador to China under Obama and the ambassador to Russia under Trump, I do believe. The Huntsmans are not good people, and they're very, very much like in bed with the New World Order and also with the leadership of the Mormon Church. And I know a lot of Mormons are going to be upset when I say that, but if you're Mormon and you're listening to me now, you know that the president of the Mormon Church and his counselors have all told everybody to go along with this entire medical situation that we see today. And it's interesting that all the major churches are doing it. The Pope, the president of the Mormon Church, et cetera, we could name a lot of them. But it shows who they're actually in bed with. And so what happened here in Utah is that the Salt Lake Tribune's editorial board demanded that the governor of Utah put the National Guard out and force everybody either to have a passport or to stay off the streets. So, and that doesn't surprise me. But this type of tyranny, is we've seen it in Canada, in Australia, in New Zealand, in the UK, in Germany, in France, in Spain, et cetera, et cetera. Interesting, all the countries that claim to be so strong for personal and human God-given rights. But I already know that, and I think you already know that, and so what I've decided to do is to slightly change the subject this evening. I will say up front here, it's getting critical. I see a lot of fast food stores in particular are now closing their doors again. Not only because of the supply chain problem, but because they can't get workers because of all of the restrictions and, of course, the problem with, what can I say, migration policy, et cetera, read between the lines. This is an all-out war on mankind, and we have to look at this thing and look at it right square in the face and understand what's happening here. So I could get into a lot of detail on that. Like I said, I've stood back for a while here. I've said the same things now over and over again for over 10 years. Actually, it's been longer than that, almost 13, here on YouTube. And of course, I've been at the forefront of God-given rights as opposed to state privileges for a long time, a lot longer than even I've been on YouTube, and I think a lot of you all know that. So it's a very serious time, and we have to understand that there is no one out there on our side at all. And I'm not going to name any names. I think we all know that. So you need to prep, pray, stay out of the way. There's nothing you're going to do to stop this. There's nothing you can do to convince others who want to go along with it not to. You can testify to them, you can show them, but you better just make your own preparations as best you can. As I say, prep, pray, stay out of the way, because there are so many deceptions going on right now, I can't even keep track of them. So let's move a little bit away from that, just a little bit, because I want to talk about some interesting things that are going on here in the worlds of spiritual insight. And for those of you who don't want to hear that, I'm giving you the warning, that's what the rest of this is going to be. It's going to be a little look into some spiritual things that you may have not realized before. And so I'm going to just go ahead and head into that. In the description box below are several links, and I'm going to explain to you what those links are. Each one of those is about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes to a half hour long or so. And I know that's a lot of time to take, but as I've been explaining for some time now, I think it's so important that we make the effort to reconnect to our fellow human beings and to the spiritual connections that actually do bind us all together. If we choose that, if we want to choose what the New World Order wants to give to us, the division and the hatred and the lack of abundance, well then that's what we're going to get. But we need to reach out a little bit. And I know this irritates some people, but it's really getting down to something as simple as physics, as simple as quantum mechanics, as simple as the connection between each of us, which is a real connection, but it's been damaged and suppressed, especially in our age right now with all of the technology. This thing that I'm talking on right now, for an example, these things have really caused us a problem. And what these things are the devil's system to try to imitate what God has already given us if we want it. Okay, but we have to be willing to, as I've always said, pick righteousness and piety, right? I've talked about that before. So let me get back into what's in the description box below. There are several links from the three different places, actually. You've heard me talk about the importance of the man-woman relationship, and that above all else must be protected. And I don't necessarily mean traditional marriage. As you know, I go with actual ancient biblical type of marriages, and it has nothing to do with state sanctions or state licensing. Has nothing to do even with romanticism and some of those things that have developed over the last century plus, which didn't exist before. And I'm not going to get into that. You can see that in my religion and my spiritual series. But what I will say again is that our relationships are deliberately being destroyed at every possible level. And yet, there are promises that have been made, and I talked about Malachi before and some other things about our condition that God would like us to be in, which was basically what it was prior to the fall in Eden. And however you view that, I just want you to just think about a few things for a few minutes, and then I'm going to tell you. Well, let me go ahead and tell you about these connections here, these links in the description box below. I have not followed Beast System Revealed. That's the first link. He's a little too. I don't know. I like what he says, but I haven't reviewed everything that he's done. His style's not quite for me. But he did come out with a.
All right, Bert and Ernie, shut it down. Do we have a live stream on? What's going on? This thing's over. Bert and Ernie. I'm getting some shit right now over dick pictures. So that shit came full back. You put a dick picture on the internet, and all of a sudden it's like, fucking everywhere. Did you send it to this person, or did you send it to that person? How did that person get it? Who was I hard for and what picture? Was I hard for in what picture? For God's sakes. You ready to watch Bert and Ernie? Is this the real deal? Yeah, that chat you can get down with. She's gonna send me the picture. It just opened up like she was opening up some treasure box. Like, you want to see the thing that you're talking about? Oh, God, I don't want to be a part of this thing. I feel like I'm on trial. I didn't do nothing wrong, Your Honor. What a guy's move. I need to know the source. It's true. Women's brains go all the time thinking about something, no matter what they're doing. And guys' brains could be shut down. Literally think about nothing. No bones, no dogs, no phones, no dreams, no nothing. Just complete blank. Do you understand that, you women? Men can just go blank, and it's probably because God put it there. For what reason? I don't know. We could only postulate.
Are warning us that sea level rise will continue for centuries after net zero is reached. They say damage is done. Sea levels will continue to rise for centuries after net zero emissions. A balance between
All right. Everybody down on the floor. What? Flawed is right. Mm-hmm. His name was Claude.
The debts of our children and the cost of living of the working class. Over half of families now say they struggle just to feed themselves. And more 30-year-olds live in their parents' basements because they can't afford the now typical cost of a home, $800,000. Meanwhile, a small financial elite with access to all that printed money buy up real estate and rent out to a growing class of permanent tenants, people who may never be able to afford a home. And when people speak up, the powerful clamp down. They silence and slander anyone who dares dissent, including with laws censoring what you see and say online. Using COVID as a political opportunity, the Trudeau government has attacked.
Whoa, some of these things that are in this live stream, YouTube wants to let you know that some of my some of my topics that are included in this video indicate that some opinions in this video contradict the consensus medical opinion about COVID-19.
Video here.
No,
and it's
not Roy. What the hell happened?
Act small businesses, truckers, and other hardworking Canadians. They target law-abiding hunters and farmers while letting gangsters and gun smugglers run free. See, here's the problem. Trudeau thinks he's your boss. He's got it backwards. You are the boss. That's why I'm running for Prime Minister, to put you back in charge of your life. Together, we will make Canadians the freest people on earth, with freedom to build a business without red tape or heavy tax. Freedom to keep the fruits of your labor and share them with loved ones and neighbors. Freedom from the invisible thief of inflation. Freedom to raise your kids with your values. Freedom to make your own health and vaccine choices. Freedom to speak without fear, and freedom to worship God in your own way. See, in a free country, smaller government makes room for bigger citizens. People have room to take responsibility for themselves and each other. Neighbors care for neighbors. A job is the best anti-poverty program. And family and community are the best safety net. Now, the people with power, the media, interest groups, corporate giants, government authorities will fight tooth and nail to keep on top. So it won't be easy. But easy street leads to a dead end, and hard roads lead to the best destinations. Our destination is a Canada where the government is servant, not master. As Henley might say, you are the master of your fate. You are the captain of your soul.
All right, dude. I think that's the end of our show. I'm getting sleepy. I woke up early. I think I covered a bunch. Having some things right now, and I'm looking at the time, and it's about that time anyway. So, all right. Sorry about that. All right, you guys.